Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I was walking on this mountain path, the kind you'd see in old hiking photos. Narrow, rocky, with pine trees crowding in on both sides. The air smelled damp, like rain had just fallen, and the ground was soft under my boots. I could feel every pebble through the soles, and my legs ached a little, like I'd been climbing for hours. The light was weird too, not quite day, not quite night. Just this grayish haze that made everything look washed out. I wasn't alone, though. There were people with me, folks I recognized from way back. My granddad, who passed away when I was a kid, was there, walking beside me like it was the most normal thing in the world. He had on his old flannel shirt, the red one with the frayed cuffs, and he was smiling at me, but it didn't reach his eyes. There were others, too, a cousin I hadn't seen in years, a friend from high school who died in a car crash a decade ago. All of them just walking along, not saying much, but their presence was heavy, like a weight on my chest. We kept moving, and after a while I realized something was off. No one was talking, but I could feel this understanding settle over us, like we all knew something I didn't. Then without anyone saying a word, it hit me. We were all gone, not dead exactly, but not here anymore. It was like we were shadows of ourselves, walking through a place that wasn't meant for the living. The path started to slope downward, and up ahead I saw lights flickering through the trees. As we got closer, I realized it was a graveyard, but not like any I'd ever seen. It was lit by these old-fashioned lanterns hanging from low branches, casting long, dancing shadows over the headstones. The air got colder, and I could see my breath misting in front of me. My heart was pounding, not from exertion, but from this deep, creeping dread that was building inside me. We walked into the graveyard, and the others sort of drifted away, melting into the shadows between the stones. I was left alone, standing in front of one particular grave. The stone was dark grey, weathered-looking, with moss growing at the base, and there, carved into it, was my name. I leaned in closer, my fingers brushing against the cold, rough surface, and I saw the date, 2080. I just stared at it, my mind reeling. 2080. That's years from now. I'm not even that old yet, but seeing it there in stone made my stomach twist into knots. I remember feeling this cold sweat break out on my forehead, and my hands started to shake. I wanted to run, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. That's when I woke up, suddenly, violently, like someone had shoved me out of sleep. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart hammering against my ribs, and fumbled for my phone on the nightstand. The screen glowed bright in the dark room, and the time read 2:13 in the morning. 2:13. The numbers seemed to burn into my eyes. I was breathing hard, my pajamas sticking to my skin with sweat, and the room felt too quiet, too still. Outside, the wind was rustling the trees, but inside, it was just me and the echo of that dream. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just a nightmare, but the image of that gravestone was stuck in my head, clear as day. I got up, my legs wobbly, and went to the kitchen for a glass of water. The floor was cold under my bare feet, and the faucet dripped in that annoying way it always does. I drank the water, but it didn't help. My throat still felt dry, tight. I kept glancing around the apartment, half expecting to see something out of place, but everything was normal. My couch was there, the TV was off, my keys were on the counter where I left them. Normal. But it didn't feel normal. It felt like the dream had left a stain on reality, something I couldn't wash away. After a few minutes, I went back to bed, lying down and staring at the ceiling. I thought if I just closed my eyes, I'd fall asleep and forget about it. But the moment I drifted off, it happened again. I was back on that mountain path, same as before. The air was still damp, the trees still looming, but this time I was alone. No granddad, no cousin, no one. Just me and the path, winding ahead into the gloom. My heart started racing again, and I could feel that same dread creeping up my spine. I didn't want to be there, but I had no control. It was like I was being pulled along by some unseen force. Up ahead I saw a bridge, one of those old wooden ones you see in forests, with railings that looked like they might give way any second. It spanned a narrow stream, and the water below was dark, almost black, gurgling softly. I hesitated, my feet freezing on the path. Every instinct was telling me not to cross, but I couldn't stop myself. I took a step onto the bridge, and the wood creaked under my weight, sending a shiver through me. Halfway across, I looked down at the stream, and for a second I thought I saw faces in the water, pale, blurred like the people from before. I jerked my head up, my breath catching, and kept moving. On the other side, the path opened up into a small clearing, and there it was. Another gravestone, similar to the one from before, but smaller, more worn. I walked up to it, my legs feeling like lead, and saw my name carved into it again. This time there was no date, just my name, etched deep into the stone. I reached out to touch it, and my fingers came away cold and numb. That's when I heard it, the wind, whispering through the pines. It wasn't just wind, though. It sounded like voices, soft and indistinct, saying things I couldn't quite make out. But one word stood out, clear as a bell. Soon. It was barely a whisper, but it echoed in my head, and I felt a chill run down my spine that had nothing to do with the cold. I woke up again, gasping, back in my bed. The room was still dark, but the first hints of dawn were starting to show through the window. I lay there for what felt like hours, just staring at the ceiling, my mind racing. That dream, the gravestones, the whisper, it all felt too real, too specific. I've had scary dreams before, but nothing that left me feeling this unsettled, this raw. Even now, as I'm typing this, my hands are still a little shaky, and every time the wind picks up outside, I flinch, remembering that whisper through the pines. I don't know what it means, if it means anything at all, but I can't shake the feeling that something's coming, and I have no idea how to prepare for it. And story 2. I still don't know how to talk about what happened that day without my hands shaking, but I need to get it out somewhere. Maybe writing it down will help, or maybe it'll just make it feel more real. Either way, here goes. I'd been planning this trip to Manchester for weeks. My friend, let's just call him my friend since names don't matter here, had moved into this old house a few months back. He'd talked it up like it was some kind of fixer-upper dream, but when I got there, the place felt off right from the start. It was one of those tall, narrow brick houses you see in parts of the city, with peeling paint and windows that looked like they hadn't been cleaned in years. The air outside was damp and chilly, typical for Manchester, but inside it was even colder, like the walls were holding onto the cold from last winter. He'd converted a storeroom into a guest room for me, which sounded cozy in his texts. But in person, it was just a small, windowless space off the kitchen. The walls were bare except for some old shelving he hadn't bothered to take down, and the floor was this uneven wooden boards that creaked if you so much as shifted your weight. He'd thrown a mattress on the floor and called it a bed, and I remember thinking, well, it's just for a couple of nights, how bad could it be? The first few hours were fine. We hung out in the living room, catching up, and a couple of his other friends came over. We ordered pizza, laughed about old times, and everything felt normal. But as the evening wore on, I started hearing things. At first it was just faint noises from the kitchen, a soft scraping sound like someone was dragging a chair across the floor. I didn't think much of it. Old houses make noises, right? I mentioned it to my friend, and he just shrugged it off. "It's probably just the pipes," he said, "or the neighbors. These walls are thin." I tried to believe him, but the sounds didn't stop. Every now and then there'd be a light tapping from upstairs, like someone was walking around in the attic. Again, he dismissed it. Rats, maybe, or just the wind. But the attic was supposed to be locked up, and the tapping had a rhythm to it that didn't sound random. Around midnight, his friends left, and the house got quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet where you notice every little sound, and your ears start playing tricks on you. We were both tired, so we said goodnight, and I headed to the storeroom. I remember lying down on that mattress, staring up at the ceiling in the dark, and feeling this weird sense of dread creeping in. The air in the room was still and heavy, like it was pressing down on me. I must have drifted off at some point, but I was jolted awake by a loud crash from the kitchen. My heart was pounding right away. I sat up, listening, but everything was silent again. I told myself it was probably just a dish falling or something, but then I heard it. A low, guttural whisper, so faint I almost missed it. It sounded like it was coming from right outside the door. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I didn't want to move, but I needed to check if my friend had heard it too. I crept out of the room and into the hallway. The kitchen door was slightly ajar, and I could see a sliver of light from under it. I pushed it open slowly, and there was my friend, standing by the sink, looking confused. He turned to me and asked, "Did you break that vase?" His voice was calm, but his eyes were wide. I looked where he was pointing, and on the floor, near the counter, was a shattered vase. It was one of those ceramic ones with a floral pattern, and it was in pieces, water and flowers scattered everywhere. I hadn't been anywhere near the kitchen since we said goodnight, and I told him so. He just shook his head and said it must have fallen on its own. But the way he said it, it was like he didn't believe it himself. The vase had been on the middle of the table, not near the edge. There was no draft, no reason for it to just fall. We cleaned it up together, not saying much. The whole time I felt like we were being watched. The air in the kitchen was cold, colder than the rest of the house, and I kept glancing over my shoulder. After we finished, I went to the bathroom to wash my hands. That's when things got really bad. The bathroom was small, with an old, foggy mirror above the sink. I was staring at my reflection, trying to calm down, when I saw something move behind me. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, but then it solidified into this large, dark figure. It was tall, way taller than a person should be, and it had no distinct features, just a black, human-like shape standing right behind me. I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs, but there was nothing there. The room was empty. I looked back at the mirror, and it was gone, but the image was burned into my mind. I felt this cold sweat break out all over my body, and my hands were trembling so bad I could barely turn off the tap. I rushed out of the bathroom and found my friend in the living room. He was sitting on the couch, looking pale. Before I could say anything, his son came down the stairs. He's about 6 years old, usually cheerful, but now he looked scared. He pointed toward the kitchen and said, "I saw another uncle in there." My friend and I just stared at each other. There was no one else in the house. My friend tried to brush it off, saying he has nightmares sometimes, but the kid was insistent. He was tall and dark, he said, and that sent a chill down my spine because it matched what I'd seen in the mirror. My friend still didn't want to admit anything was wrong. He kept saying it was all in our heads, that old houses have quirks. But then, from the kitchen, we heard a loud clattering sound. We both jumped up and ran in there. Utensils, forks, knives, spoons were flying off the counter and landing in the living room, like someone was throwing them. Not just dropping them, but hurling them with force. One of the knives embedded itself in the wall near the couch. We stood there, frozen, watching as another spoon clattered to the floor. The air felt electric, charged with something I can't describe. It wasn't just fear, it was this deep, primal terror that made my stomach twist. That's when I lost it. I grabbed my friend by the arm and said, "We need to get help. Now." He finally seemed to snap out of his denial. His hands were shaking as he pulled out his phone, but then he stopped and looked at me. "There's something I haven't told you," he said. He started explaining that the house had been in his family for generations. His great-great-grandfather owned it, and he was murdered here when he was 29. No one ever found out who did it, but the story goes that he was killed in this very house, and some people think his spirit never left. Hearing that, everything clicked into place. The noises, the figure, the utensils, it all made a horrible kind of sense. We were both terrified, standing there in the living room with utensils still scattered on the floor and this heavy silence hanging over us. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. We just sat in the living room with all the lights on, jumping at every sound. The tapping from the attic started up again, louder this time, and once I swear I heard footsteps on the stairs. We talked about calling someone, a priest maybe, or a paranormal investigator, but we were too scared to even move. The fear was so thick you could taste it, like metal in your mouth. When the sun finally started to rise, it felt like a relief, but also like we'd just survived something we couldn't explain. I left later that morning, and I haven't been back since. My friend is still there as far as I know, but he's talking about moving out. I can't shake the feeling that whatever was in that house isn't done with us. Every time I close my eyes, I see that dark figure in the mirror, and I remember the sound of those utensils hitting the floor. It's been weeks, but it feels like it just happened yesterday. I don't know what it was, and I don't think I ever will. All I know is that I've never been so scared in my life, and I hope to God I never feel that way again. Story 3. I drove an old Ford Taurus, a real beater, but it was reliable. The heater worked about half the time, which was a problem in a Wyoming winter, but this was early fall, so it was just cold, not freezing. The air had that bite to it, the kind that tells you summer's really over. I remember pulling out of the parking lot, the streetlights of Cheyenne making everything look orange and safe. I got on the interstate heading north, and pretty soon the city lights were just aglow in my rearview mirror, and then they were gone. That stretch of I-25 between Cheyenne and Wheatland is something else at night. It's not just dark, it's a deep, empty kind of dark. There are long stretches where there are no lights at all, no houses, no nothing. Just the black outline of the prairie against a slightly less black sky. Your headlights are the only thing cutting through it, and they just make a little tunnel you're driving through, with all that immense darkness pressing in from every side. The rumble strips on the shoulder are there for a reason. It's easy to get hypnotized by the road. I had my radio on, some classic rock station from Casper that would get staticky and fade in and out. I was just driving, my mind wandering, thinking about the patients I'd helped that day, about what I might eat when I got home, about nothing important. The dashboard clock glowed a soft green. It was probably around 10:30. I was coming up on the area near Chugwater. You know you're getting close when you see the exit signs. It's not a town you really see from the interstate. It's just a name on a sign and a road leading off into the darkness. The land out there is old. You can feel it. It's not like driving through farmland or suburbs. It's just ancient rolling prairie. I knew a little about the history. I'd read a sign once at a rest stop about how the name Chugwater came from the sound buffalo made when they were driven over the cliffs by Native Americans a long, long time ago. Chug, from the sound they made hitting the water below. That thought always stuck with me, how a whole town's name came from something so violent and final that happened right there. So I'm driving and everything is normal. My hands are at 10 and 2 on the wheel. I'm maybe going 5 over the speed limit. The prairie to my right is just a wall of black. Then, out of that black, something moved. It didn't come from the road. It came from the prairie itself, from the right side, and it moved so fast it was just a blur at first. My brain tried to process it. A bird? A piece of tumbleweed caught in a freak gust? But it was moving too straight, too purposefully. It zipped across the front of my car, from my right to my left, and it stopped. It stopped right in front of my windshield, hovering in the air just beyond the glass. It was a face. My heart didn't just skip a beat. It felt like it seized up completely, like a fist had closed around it in my chest. My breath caught in my throat. I wasn't breathing. I was just staring. It was the left side profile of a man's face. A Native American man. I saw it with a clarity that was absolute and impossible. It wasn't a smudge or a trick of the light. It was a face, detailed and sharp. He had a strong, prominent nose, what you'd call an aquiline nose with a high bridge. His skin wasn't skin. It was this color, this electric, glowing blue. It was like the blue you see in a gas flame, but brighter, and it was semi-transparent. I could see the darkness of the night through it, but I could also see every feature. His hair was in long, thick braids. I could see the separate strands woven together, hanging down. From the side of his nose, running down to the corners of his mouth, were deep lines, like the lines you get from a hard life, from smiling or frowning for many years. They were etched into his face. The whole thing, from the chin up to the forehead, was there, and then it just tapered off. Behind his head, trailing away, was this comet tail effect, a fading stream of that same electric blue light, like he was moving so fast that his image was stretched out. He wasn't looking at me. His eye was facing forward, looking out across the highway toward the prairie on the other side. His expression was intense, not angry, not sad, just focused, determined, like he was on a mission, like he was going somewhere very important, and nothing was going to stop him. This all happened in a matter of seconds, 3 seconds, maybe 4. It felt like an hour. Time just stretched out and became thick and syrupy. I could hear the hum of my tires on the pavement, the faint crackle from my radio, and my own blood pounding in my ears. I could feel the cold plastic of the steering wheel under my sweating palms. I could smell the stale coffee from my travel mug. Every sense was dialed up to 1,000. I didn't swerve. I didn't even take my foot off the gas. I was frozen, just locked in place, staring at this impossible thing floating in front of my car. My brain was screaming that this wasn't real, that I was hallucinating from exhaustion. But I knew, with a cold, sick certainty in my gut, that I wasn't. This was real. This was happening. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it shot away. It didn't fade or dissolve. It moved. It zipped to my left across the other lane and vanished into the blackness of the prairie on that side. It was gone. The space in front of my windshield was just empty night again. The moment it disappeared, the spell broke. A huge, ragged gasp tore out of my lungs. I was trembling, my whole body shaking so hard I thought I'd lose control of the car. My legs felt like water. I instinctively took my foot off the accelerator and let the car slow down, my eyes darting frantically to the rearview mirror, to the side mirrors, trying to see where it went. There was nothing, just the empty road behind me, swallowed by my taillights. I had to pull over. I couldn't drive. My hands were shaking too much to safely hold the wheel. I saw the exit for Chugwater coming up, and I signaled, my movements jerky and uncoordinated. I took the exit ramp, my heart still hammering against my ribs. The ramp curved around and dumped me onto a quiet, dark road. I pulled off onto the gravel shoulder, put the car in park, and just sat there. I turned off the radio. The silence was immediate and total. It was a heavy, profound silence, the kind you only get in the middle of nowhere. I killed the headlights too, and the darkness rushed in. It was absolute. I could see a few faint, cold stars overhead, but that was it. No moon, no lights from any houses. I was just sitting in my car, in the middle of this vast, dark plain, and I was completely alone. I rested my forehead on the steering wheel. The plastic was cool. I was breathing in short, sharp pants, like I'd just run a sprint. I could feel the sweat cooling on my back, making my scrubs stick to my skin. I kept seeing it, that blue face, that nose, those braids. It was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. Every time I blinked, I saw it. I looked out the passenger window toward where the thing had flown off to. Just blackness. I rolled my window down a crack. The cold night air hit my face, and with it came the smell of the prairie, dry grass, dirt, sagebrush. It was a clean, honest smell. It made the whole experience feel even more unreal. How could something like that happen out here, in a place that smelled so normal? I thought about the history again. The buffalo, the cliffs, the people who had lived and died on this land for centuries. Was it a ghost? A spirit? A memory somehow stamped onto the air itself? I didn't know. I still don't. All I knew was that I had seen something that wasn't supposed to be possible. I must have sat there for 20 minutes, just trying to get my heart rate back to normal. Every little sound made me jump. The creak of my car settling, the rustle of the wind. I felt exposed, like I was being watched from that immense, silent darkness. I kept expecting to see that blue glow again, coming toward me from across the field. But nothing happened. Eventually, I knew I had to move. I couldn't stay there all night. My hands were still unsteady, but I started the car and turned the headlights back on. The twin beams cut two paths through the dark, illuminating the gravel and the tall grass at the edge of the road. It looked so ordinary. I pulled back onto the road, drove slowly to the end of the exit ramp, and got back on the interstate heading north toward Wheatland. The rest of the drive was agony. I was hyper-aware of everything. Every shadow at the edge of my vision made me flinch. Every set of distant headlights coming the other way felt like a threat. I drove 5 miles under the speed limit, my knuckles white on the wheel, my eyes constantly scanning the darkness to my right, waiting for another blue face to come flying out of the nothing. I got home sometime after 11. I don't really remember the rest of the drive. I just remember pulling into my driveway, turning off the car, and sitting there for another 5 minutes, just listening to the engine tick as it cooled down. The house was dark and quiet. My roommate was already asleep. I went inside, didn't even turn on the lights, and just went straight to my room. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it. I've tried to tell a few people about it over the years. My roommate at the time just laughed and said I needed more sleep. A friend said it was probably a reflection from a plane or a satellite. I've looked online, in books, trying to find someone, anyone, who has seen something similar near Chugwater. I've never found a single story. It makes you feel crazy, you know? To have this thing, this vivid, terrifying, real experience, and to be the only one. But I know what I saw. I can still see it clear as day, even now, all these years later. The proud profile, the glowing blue light, the long braids, and the tail of light trailing behind it like it was forever in motion, forever traveling through that night, across that old, haunted prairie. I don't know what it was or why it chose to cross my path on a dark highway in the middle of nowhere. I just know that it did. Story 4. I remember my shoes hitting the hard-packed dirt of the path, a rhythm I knew by heart. Thump, thump, thump. To my left, the river was a wide black ribbon, so still it looked like polished stone. The mist was rising off it in these little ghostly tendrils that curled around the bare branches of the trees on the opposite bank. My breath plumed out in front of me in great white gusts, and the only other sound was the crunch of a few frozen leaves under my feet. I was so tired. My vision was kind of swimming at the edges, the world a blur of grey and black, and the deep green of the distant pines. I was just rounding the bend near the big oak tree, the one that leans way out over the water like it's trying to get a drink, when it happened. It wasn't a gradual thing, it was instantaneous. 1 second I was just miserably cold and exhausted, and the next, a cold shiver, unlike anything I've ever felt, shot straight down my spine. It wasn't the chill of the morning air. This was a deep internal cold, a jolt of ice water injected directly into my vertebrae. It was so violent and sudden that my legs actually buckled for a second and I stumbled, my heart instantly hammering against my ribs like it was trying to break out. And then the sound came. It's the hardest part to describe because it wasn't one sound. It was a mix. It was a sharp, high-pitched crack, like a giant branch snapping right over my head. But layered on top of it was this tearing, screeching noise, like a massive bird of prey screaming right in my ear. And underneath that was this horrible metallic grinding, like a bus slamming its brakes but stretched out and twisted. It wasn't loud in a normal way. It felt like it was happening inside my skull, vibrating through my teeth. The sound physically hurt, a sharp pain in both my eardrums. And then I saw the light. Right in front of me, maybe 10 feet down the path, the air just ripped open. It wasn't a glow, it was a flash, a vicious, sickly green color, the color of old copper or a bad bruise. It was dim, but in the pre-dawn darkness, it was blinding. It didn't light anything up. It was just this flat, two-dimensional slash of green that hung in the air for what felt like an eternity, but was probably less than a second. It left a searing after-image on my eyes, like when you look at a bright bulb and then close your eyelids. But the worst part, the part that truly, fundamentally broke me in that moment, wasn't the cold, or the sound, or the light. It was the feeling that came with it. An intense, overwhelming, primal fear slammed into me. It was a certainty, a knowledge that was downloaded directly into my brain. I was being watched from above, not from the trees, from above. And this presence, this thing, was trying to pull me out of my body. I can't explain it better than that. It felt like my soul, my consciousness, whatever makes me me, was a loose tooth and something had just grabbed it and was starting to wiggle it. There was an upward pressure, a terrifying sense of being unmoored. And another thought, just as clear and certain as the first, followed right behind it. If I took another step forward, I would die. Not, I might be in danger. Not, something bad could happen. I would die, right there, on that spot. My legs, which had just been weak from the shock, turned to complete jelly. They weren't my legs anymore. They were two useless pillars of waterlogged flesh. I couldn't feel my feet. My arms went numb. I just stood there, frozen, trembling so hard I thought my bones would shake apart. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even breathe. I was just locked in place, staring at the spot where that green slash had been, feeling that awful pulling sensation from above, and the absolute stone-cold certainty of my own immediate death if I moved an inch. I don't know how long I stood there. It could have been 5 seconds. It could have been 5 minutes. Time stopped making sense. The only thing that existed was the terror. It was a physical weight on my chest, crushing my lungs. Finally, some ancient lizard part of my brain took over. It wasn't a decision. It was a reflex. I spun around, my legs almost giving out completely, and I started to run back the way I came. It wasn't a run. It was a stumbling, lurching, panicked scramble. I wasn't looking where I was going. I kept my eyes straight ahead, terrified to look back, terrified to look up. Every shadow, every rustle of a leaf from the wind I couldn't feel, every creak of a tree sent a fresh bolt of panic through me. I expected that cold shiver to hit me again at any second. I expected to hear that horrible sound. I expected to see that green light and feel that pulling, and for it to succeed this time. I didn't stop running until I was fumbling with the keys at my front door, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the lock. I burst inside, slammed the door shut, and slid down to the floor with my back against it, gasping for air like I'd just surfaced from drowning. My whole body was convulsing with shivers. The house was warm, but I felt colder than I had out by the river. My dad, AJ, must have heard me come in. He found me like that, a heap on the floor, hyperventilating. He knelt down, his face a mask of confusion and worry. Hey, what's wrong? What happened? He asked, his voice low and calm, the way you talk to a spooked animal. I couldn't form a coherent sentence at first. The words were stuck in my throat, tangled up with the fear. All I could get out were fragments. The river, a light, a sound. I couldn't move. I thought I was going to die. I was crying then, hot, messy tears of pure, undiluted terror. I told him about the cold shiver, the sound that was a bird and breaks and a crack all at once, the green flash. But I couldn't bring myself to describe the feeling of being watched from above, of being pulled out of my body. It sounded insane, even to me. Just saying it out loud felt like it might make it real again, might invite it back. He helped me to the couch, wrapped a blanket around me, and made me some sweet, milky tea. I just sat there, clutching the mug, the heat from the ceramic, the only thing that felt solid and real. The normalcy of my living room. The TV, the family photos on the wall, the faint smell of last night's dinner felt alien and distant, like I was looking at it through a thick pane of glass. I was here, but a part of me was still back on that path, frozen in that moment of absolute horror. Later that day, after I'd calmed down a little, AJ suggested we go see someone. Not just a doctor, though we did that too. A brisk, no-nonsense man who listened, nodded, prescribed some anti-anxiety medication and a referral to a psychiatrist and called it a panic attack. But AJ, he's from here. He knows the old stories. So he also took me to see Baba Hari, a local shaman who lives in a small, cluttered house on the edge of town. Baba Hari's place smelled of incense and dried herbs. He was an old man with kind, tired eyes and wrinkled hands. He listened to my story. This time, I forced myself to tell him everything, even the part about feeling pulled upwards. I felt stupid saying it, but he just listened, his expression never changing. He closed his eyes for a long time after I finished, his lips moving silently. When he opened them, he looked right at me, and his gaze was sharp and clear. He said the word, Chudail. He explained it was an evil spirit, the lingering shadow of a young woman who died with deep sorrow or rage. He said she was tied to a specific place, anchored there by her pain. He didn't even wait for me to ask. He said, "There is a tree, an old one near the school by the river. Its roots are deep in her memory." A chill that had nothing to do with the morning cold went through me. I knew that tree. Everyone did. It was a massive, gnarled old thing on the school grounds, not 50 yards from where I'd been running. Then he said, "The green light, that is her, a sign of her presence, a piece of her anger made visible." He told me that the feeling of being pulled, of being watched from above, was the Chudail trying to claim me, to pull my spirit into her shadow world, to replace the life she lost. He said my exhaustion, my sleep-deprived state, had made me vulnerable, had thinned the veil enough for me to see her and for her to sense me. Hearing him say it with such simple, matter-of-fact certainty didn't make it less scary. In a way, it made it more real. A doctor could give me a label, panic attack, sleep deprivation hallucination, but Baba Hari gave it a name and a reason. And the reason was terrifying. The weeks and months that followed were the darkest of my life. The psychiatric treatment helped, I won't deny that. The therapy gave me tools to manage the panic attacks that would now ambush me in broad daylight, in my own kitchen. The depression was a thick grey fog I had to wade through every single day. But it was Baba Hari's spiritual help. The rituals, the prayers, the specific things he told me to avoid, the sense that I was actively fighting back against something that gave me a foothold. It was the combination of both, the modern and the ancient, that eventually pulled me through. I recovered. The panic attacks faded. The depression lifted. I could sleep through the night again. But I was changed. I used to laugh at ghost stories, at tales of the supernatural. I don't laugh anymore. I can't even watch a scary movie. The world isn't the safe, predictable place I thought it was. There are cracks in it. And sometimes, if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time and you're vulnerable enough, you can catch a glimpse of what's on the other side. And the memory of that morning is burned into me. It's not a story I tell. It's a physical memory. I can still feel that jolt of ice in my spine if I think about it too hard. I can still hear the ghost of that awful mixed-up sound in a quiet room. But most of all, I can still see it. When I close my eyes at night, sometimes all I see is that dim, sickly green flash hanging in the dark air right in front of me. And I feel that primal, absolute certainty that I was one step away from being erased. I never run by the river anymore. I don't even like driving past it. And I still don't know what it was. A hallucination? A spirit? My breaking mind? All I know for sure is that it happened, and that for one freezing morning, on a path I knew like the back of my hand, something saw me, reached for me, and very nearly took me. Story 5. It started like any other Tuesday. I woke up around 7 in the morning, the sun barely peeking through my blinds. My apartment is small, just a one-bedroom on the ground floor of an old building, with a window that looks out into a narrow alley between my place and the neighbors. It's usually quiet, which I like. But that morning there was this weird stillness in the air, like the world was holding its breath. I shuffled into the kitchen to make coffee, my mind already drifting to the stuff that had been going missing. Over the past couple of weeks, 3 things had vanished, and not just any things. They were important to me, each with a story. First, there was this black pebble I picked up from a beach years ago. It was from a really tough night when I was dealing with some personal stuff, and I'd held onto it as a sort of anchor. Smooth, almost like it had been worn down by the ocean for ages, and it fit perfectly in the palm of my hand. Then my brother's green overshirt, he gave it to me before he moved away, and it smelled like him, a mix of detergent and that faint cologne he always wore. I used to throw it on when I missed him. And last, a handmade baseball cap my grandma knitted for me when I was a kid. It was a bit frayed, but I loved it. They were all just gone, one after the other, without any explanation. No signs of breaking in, nothing out of place. It was like they'd never been there at all. That morning, I was extra aware of it. I kept glancing around, half expecting to see one of them reappear, but nothing. I drank my coffee, the bitterness sharp on my tongue, and tried to shake off the unease. I had work to do. I freelance from home, so my days are pretty solitary. Around 10 in the morning, I settled at my desk, the hum of my computer filling the room. But I couldn't focus. My eyes kept darting to the window. See, a few days before, I'd started hearing slow footsteps outside at night. Not like a person's. Too light, too deliberate, like something small was pacing back and forth. I'd peeked out once and saw a figure, maybe 3 feet tall, hunched over and moving in a way that wasn't human. It was dark, shapeless, but I could tell it wasn't an animal. My heart had hammered in my chest, and I ducked away, too scared to look again. But that day the footsteps started up in broad daylight. It was around 11, I think, because I'd just taken a break to stretch my legs. At first, I thought it was the neighbor's kid or something, but the sound was wrong. Slow, dragging steps, like whatever it was had all the time in the world. They'd pause for a few seconds, then start again, always just outside my window. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. My hands got clammy, and I had to wipe them on my jeans. I tried to ignore it, told myself it was nothing, but the sound was so clear, so close. I crept over to the window, my heart thumping so hard I could feel it in my throat. I didn't open the blinds all the way, just peeked through a crack. The alley was empty, no one there, but the footsteps kept going, slow and steady, like someone walking in circles. I backed away, my breath catching. This wasn't the first time I'd heard them. but hearing it in the daytime made it worse. At night, you can blame your imagination, but in the light, it felt like a violation. I sat back at my desk, but I couldn't concentrate. Every time the footsteps paused, I'd hold my breath, waiting for them to start again. My skin prickled, and I kept glancing at the door, half expecting it to open. Around 1 in the afternoon, I decided to distract myself with lunch. I made a sandwich, but my appetite was gone. I ate standing up in the kitchen, my ears straining for any sound. That's when I noticed the silence. The footsteps had stopped. For a moment I felt a flicker of relief, but it didn't last. Because then I heard my name. Not shouted, not whispered, just said, clear as day from right outside the window. It was a voice, but not human. It was flat, emotionless, like a recording played back wrong. My name, just one word, and it froze me in place. I couldn't move. My muscles locked up, and I dropped the rest of my sandwich on the floor. I wanted to scream, to say something back, but my throat closed up. It was like something had a grip on my vocal cords. I stood there, trembling, for what felt like minutes. The sound echoed in my head, over and over. When I finally managed to stumble to the window, my legs felt like jelly. I looked out, and there was nothing, no one. Just the empty alley, the damp concrete, and a faint chill in the air. That's when the memory blanks hit me. I've had gaps before around when the items went missing, like I'd wake up and not remember going to bed, or I'd find myself in a different room without knowing how I got there. But this was different. After hearing my name, my mind went fuzzy. I couldn't recall the exact sequence of events leading up to it. Did I hear the footsteps first, or did the voice come out of nowhere? It was all jumbled like pieces of a puzzle that didn't fit. I sat on the floor, my back against the wall, and tried to piece it together. My head ached, a dull throb behind my eyes, and I felt nauseous. The fear was so thick I could taste it, metallic and sour. I must have stayed like that for a while, because when I checked the clock, it was past 2. The sun was higher now, casting sharp shadows across the room, but it didn't feel warm. I felt cold, deep in my bones. I got up slowly, my joints stiff, and decided I needed to get out of there. Maybe a walk would clear my head. But as I reached for my keys on the hook by the door, I noticed something. The hook where I usually hang my brother's green overshirt was empty. I'd checked it that morning. It wasn't there then, but now it felt more significant. Like a taunt. Like whatever was doing this was reminding me it was still around. I didn't go for that walk. Instead, I paced around my apartment, trying to make sense of it. My mind kept circling back to the idea of a fae, or a spirit. I'd read stuff online about how they sometimes take things that mean something to people as a way to connect or cause fear. It sounded crazy, but in that moment it felt real. I was terrified that I was losing my grip on reality. What if this was all in my head? What if the missing items were just me being forgetful, and the sounds were my imagination? But the voice, it was too vivid. I could still hear it, echoing in the silence. Around 4 in the afternoon, the footsteps started again. This time they were faster, more urgent. Not running, but like whatever it was had a purpose. I curled up on my couch, pulling a blanket over me, even though I wasn't cold. The sound was relentless, back and forth, back and forth. I covered my ears, but I could still hear it, like it was inside my head. My chest tightened, and I found it hard to breathe. I kept thinking about the black pebble, how solid it felt in my hand, and now it was gone. Same with the cap and the shirt. It was like parts of me were being erased, one piece at a time. As dusk settled in, around 6 or so, the footsteps stopped abruptly. The silence was worse. I sat there waiting, my heart pounding so loud I was sure whatever was outside could hear it. Then I saw it again, the small figure through the window. It was just a shadow at first, but as it moved, I could make out its shape, hunched with long arms that dragged slightly and a head that seemed too big for its body. It didn't have clear features, just a dark, shifting form. It paused right outside my window, and I felt its presence like a weight on my chest. I couldn't look away. My eyes were glued to it, and I felt this overwhelming urge to go outside, to see it up close, but I was too scared to move. That's when the silent call happened. Not a sound this time, but a feeling. A pull deep in my gut, like something was tugging at me. It was my name again, but not spoken, just implanted in my mind. I felt it, clear as day, and again I couldn't respond. My mouth opened, but no sound came out. It was like I was trapped in my own body, watching everything unfold from a distance. The figure stayed there for what felt like an eternity, just standing, and then it turned and melted into the shadows of the alley. I don't know how long I sat there after it left. The room was dark now, and I hadn't bothered to turn on the lights. My whole body was shaking, and I felt drained, like I'd run a marathon. When I finally got up, my legs were weak, and I stumbled to the window. The alley was empty, but I could still feel its presence, like a residue in the air. I locked the window, my hands trembling so bad I could barely turn the latch. That night, I didn't sleep. I just lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, every little sound making me jump. The memory blanks were worse now. I couldn't remember chunks of the afternoon, just flashes, the voice, the figure, the silent pull. It's been months, and I still can't explain it. The items never came back, and sometimes, on quiet nights, I hear the footsteps again, slow and steady, like it's waiting. I don't know if it was a fae, a spirit, or something else, but I know it was real, and I know it's not done with me. Story 6. Last summer, my girlfriend and I were up in the Caribou Goldfields, way out on the Old North Trail. It's not a place you just stumble into. You have to want to be there, and honestly, most people don't. We were there because of work. I do trail clearing and survey work for a small historical preservation group. The kind of job that sounds romantic until you're 10 hours in, covered in bug bites and dirt, wondering why you didn't just get an office job. The specific area was called Murderer's Gulch. I'd read the history before we went. In the 1860s, 3 miners were found bludgeoned to death in their claim shack. Nobody was ever caught. The place got its name from that. You hear these old stories all the time in my line of work, and mostly they're just background noise, a piece of local color that doesn't mean anything. You don't really think about the blood soaking into the ground over 150 years ago. You're too busy watching for grizzly scat and making sure you don't twist an ankle on a loose rock. That day, our task was simple. We needed to clear a path, more of a rough road really, that led to an old, collapsed mine entrance. The idea was to make it accessible for a geologist who was coming up later in the week. It was hard, sweaty work. The air was thick and humid, the kind that makes your shirt stick to your back 5 minutes after you put it on. We'd been at it since just after sunrise. Me with a chainsaw and a brush cutter, her with a pair of loppers and a rake, clearing the smaller stuff and piling it to the side. We'd reached the mine around midday. It was just a dark hole in the side of a rocky slope, partially caved in, timbers rotting and splintered. It smelled of damp earth and something else, something metallic and old, like the scent of a handful of pennies. We didn't go in. Our job was the road, not the mine itself. We ate our lunches sitting on a fallen log nearby, not talking much, just listening to the buzz of flies and the distant call of a jay. It felt normal. It felt fine. It was on the walk back that things started to feel wrong. We'd been hiking for maybe 20 minutes, following the rough, newly cleared track we'd made. The forest was dense on either side, a wall of lodgepole pine and aspen, the ground a thick carpet of needles and dead leaves. I was walking a few paces ahead, my mind already on the cold beer, waiting back at the truck, when my girlfriend stopped dead. "Did you hear that?" she asked. I stopped and listened. I heard the wind sighing through the high branches. I heard the crunch of my own boots on the gravel. Hear what? I don't know. A sound, like a a click or something. I shrugged it off. Probably a squirrel or a branch snapping somewhere. She didn't look convinced, but she nodded and we kept walking. That was the first little thread that got pulled. A few minutes later, I was the one who stopped. I didn't hear anything she'd heard. I felt something. It's hard to describe. It wasn't a chill or a sudden drop in temperature. It was a feeling in my gut, a heavy, sinking sensation that something was off. It was the kind of feeling you get when you walk into a room and everyone stops talking. You know you've interrupted something, even if you don't know what. I held up a hand to stop her, and we both stood there completely still, listening. That's when I noticed the silence. It was absolute. The wind had died. The jays were gone. The constant background hum of insects that you stop noticing until it's gone. It was gone. The forest was holding its breath. It was so quiet I could hear the blood pulsing in my own ears. My girlfriend's eyes were wide and she mouthed the word, "What?" I just shook my head. I didn't know. We were in a slight dip in the trail, with a steep rocky cliff face rising up on our left and the impenetrable woods crowding in on our right. The air felt thick, harder to breathe. Then the sound came. It wasn't a click. It was 3 loud, deliberate knocks. They came from the woods to our right, maybe 50 yards in. They were spaced exactly 1 second apart. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was immense. It wasn't the hollow knock of wood on wood. It was a deep, percussive, crushing sound. It was the sound of something massive and solid hitting a tree trunk with enough force to splinter it. It was the sound a sledgehammer makes when it hits a wet log. It echoed through the dead, quiet forest, and in that silence, each knock felt like a physical blow to my chest. We both froze. My heart wasn't just beating fast. It was slamming against my ribs, a frantic, panicked bird in a cage. My mouth went dry. I looked at my girlfriend. Her face had lost all its color. She was staring into the trees, her body rigid. My first stupid thought was another person. But who and why? Who would be out here, deep in grizzly country, smashing trees with a sledgehammer? And why now, in this unnatural silence? The logic of it fell apart in half a second. I had a rifle slung over my shoulder, a .30-06 for bears. My hands were shaking as I unslung it, the familiar weight of the wood and steel feeling alien and clumsy. I worked the bolt, chambering around. The metallic clack-clack was obscenely loud. "Hello?" I called out. My voice was thin and reedy, swallowed by the trees. There was no answer. Just that heavy, waiting silence. We started walking again, faster now. My eyes were darting everywhere, trying to pierce the green gloom between the trees. I couldn't see anything. No movement, no shape, nothing. But I could feel it. That feeling of being watched was so intense, it was like a physical pressure on the back of my neck. The hairs on my arms were standing up. We'd only gone another 100 feet or so when we heard it again. Not from the side this time, from ahead. 5 knocks this time. Boom, 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 boom. The same brutal, tree-shattering sound, but now it was in front of us, blocking our path back to the truck. The spacing was just as precise, just as deliberate. It was an answer. It was a message. A cold dread, pure and simple, poured down my spine. This wasn't an animal. Animals don't knock. Bears don't coordinate sounds from different sides of a trail. This was something else, something that knew we were here and was herding us. The trail ahead narrowed into a bottleneck. The cliff on our left became a sheer wall of rock, maybe 30 feet high. On our right, the forest was a solid, dark mass. There was no going around. The only way was forward, right towards where those 5 knocks had just come from. I stopped and turned to my girlfriend. Her eyes were huge, glistening with unshed tears of pure fear. She was gripping my arm, her fingers digging into my bicep. "We can't go back," I whispered. My throat was so tight, the words barely came out. "It's behind us too. We have to get out of this bottleneck." There was another way, but it was a bastard. The road we'd cleared switchbacked up the steep hillside to our left, above the cliff face. It was a brutal, calf-burning climb, but it was open ground. It was escape from this claustrophobic trap. "We're going up," I said, my voice a little stronger now, fueled by adrenaline. "We're going to run up that road. Don't stop. Don't look back." She just nodded, a quick, jerky motion. I turned, bringing the rifle up to my shoulder, not aiming at anything specific, just ready. The weight of it was a small comfort. "Go!" I hissed. She scrambled up the steep, gravelly incline. I was right behind her, walking backwards, my eyes fixed on the tree line below. The forest was a dark, tangled mouth. Every shadow looked like it was moving. Every stump looked like a crouching figure. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, partly from the climb, mostly from the terror. My boots slipped on the loose scree. I could hear her panting ahead of me. The scuff of her boots, the sound of small rocks skittering down the slope. We were about halfway up the first leg of the switchback, maybe 40 feet above the main trail, when the feeling of being watched intensified. It was a crawling sensation all over my skin. I stopped, turning my head slowly, scanning the trees below, and I saw it. Not a shape, not a person, not an animal. It was a space, a patch of darkness between two thick pines that was just wrong. It was darker than it should have been, a void that swallowed the little light that filtered down. And it was moving. It was keeping pace with us, gliding silently through the undergrowth. There was no sound of footsteps, no rustle of leaves. It was just this shifting patch of absolute blackness flowing between the trees. My blood went cold. I raised the rifle, centering the scope on that patch of nothing. My finger rested on the trigger guard. What was I supposed to shoot? A shadow? My mind was screaming, a jumble of panic and confusion. This wasn't in the manual. This wasn't a bear. This was something that knocked on trees and wore the forest like a cloak. It stopped moving. The darkness just hung there between the trees, and I had the overwhelming, gut-wrenching certainty that it was looking right back at me, that it was staring up the hill, right through the scope, right into my eyes. Then, from that exact spot, a single knock erupted. Boom! It was louder than all the others, a sound of finality, of pure power. It wasn't a question or a warning anymore. It was a statement. I saw the trunk of a large pine tree shudder with the impact, a cloud of bark and splinters exploding out from its side. That broke the spell. A choked sob escaped from my girlfriend. "Keep going!" I yelled, my voice cracking. We ran. We scrambled up that damned hill like our lives depended on it, because in that moment I truly believed they did. I didn't look back again. I just focused on her back, on putting one foot in front of the other, on the burning in my lungs and the hammering of my heart. The world had shrunk to the steep, dusty road and the need to get to the top. I have no memory of the rest of the climb. It's just a blur of terror and physical exertion. The next thing I knew, we were stumbling out onto the flatter ground at the top of the ridge. The truck was still a mile away, down a gentler slope, but we were out of the gulch. We were in the open. We didn't stop running until we reached the truck. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. We threw ourselves inside, slamming the doors shut. I turned the key, the engine roared to life, and I threw the truck into gear, spinning the tires in the dirt as I sped down the access road. It was only when we were bouncing down the main forestry road, putting miles between us and that place, that the sounds of the world slowly returned. I heard the wind whistling past the truck's window. I heard the crunch of gravel under the tires. I saw a bird fly across the road. We didn't speak for a long time. She was curled up in the passenger seat, hugging herself, staring blankly out the window. I just drove, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my whole body trembling with the aftershock. We never went back. I called my boss and quit the job over the phone. I made up some excuse about a family emergency. I couldn't tell him the truth. Who would believe it? I still have the rifle. I look at it sometimes, leaning in the corner of my closet. I think about that moment on the hillside, staring through the scope at a patch of moving darkness. I think about the history of that place, Murderer's Gulch, 3 miners bludgeoned to death. And I can't help but wonder if whatever killed them is still there. Not a ghost, not a spirit, but something else. Something that lives in the woods, something that knocks. I'll never know what it was. I just know that for 20 of the longest minutes of my life, something in that forest was playing with us. And the only reason we got out was because it let us go. This is story 7. Sadiq, well, this happened about 3 months ago, on a Tuesday night. I remember it was a Tuesday because the weekend feels like a lifetime away on a Tuesday. I was on the night shift, which runs from 10 at night until 6 in the morning. The jail itself is an old building, parts of it dating back maybe 100 years. It's got that smell. Industrial cleaner trying and failing to cover up the scent of stale sweat, old coffee and despair. You just get used to it. The newer parts are okay, fluorescent lights that buzz and flicker, painted cinder block walls. But the old section, the part that used to be the main courthouse before they built the new Justice Center next door, that part is different. They converted it, but they never really updated it. They just sort of walled parts of it off. My post that night was in the old administrative wing, which is right next to the sealed-up old courtroom. We still use some of the rooms over there for storage and records, and there's a single-stall bathroom that's a relic from another time. It's the closest one to my post, so that's the one I use. The thing about that bathroom is, it's creepy even on a good day. It's down this short, narrow hallway that always feels colder than the rest of the building. The light switch is outside the door, and the bulb inside is one of those old, dim ones with a pull chain. It gives off this weak, yellowish light that doesn't so much illuminate the room as it does push the shadows into the corners. The toilet is one of those high-tank ones with the pull handle, and the floor is checkerboard tile, black and white, but the white is more of a dingy grey now. It always feels damp in there, no matter what. So, it was probably around 2 in the morning, the dead time. Everything is quiet, and your body is screaming at you to be asleep. I'd had a lot of coffee, and I really had to go. I walked down that short, cold hallway, flipped the light switch on the wall, and heard the faint click as the light came on inside. I pushed the door open. The room was exactly as I'd left it on my last round, dim, damp. The pull chain for the light was swaying just a little, like someone had just brushed past it. I didn't think much of it. The building has all sorts of drafts. I did my business, washed my hands in the small stained sink, and that's when I realized I'd left my flashlight on the counter next to the sink from my previous trip. It's a heavy metal maglite. We all carry them. I picked it up, gave it a little shake out of habit, and turned to leave. As I turned, my eyes went to the small, high window in the bathroom door. It's one of those wired glass windows, reinforced with that crisscross pattern. And through that window, I could see straight down the hall and into the old courtroom. The door to the courtroom is always locked now, but it has a big pane of glass in it, like a storefront window, so you can see inside. The courtroom hasn't been used in years. It's just a storage room for old filing cabinets and broken furniture now, but they never took out the public seating, those long wooden pew-like benches. They're just sitting there in the dark, gathering dust. And that's when I saw it. There was someone sitting on one of the benches. My heart just dropped into my stomach. It wasn't a jump scare kind of fear, not at first. It was a slow, cold dread that started in my chest and spread out to my fingers and toes. My first thought was, impossibly, that an inmate was out, that there had been a breach, a lockdown I hadn't heard. But that was insane. The courtroom is sealed off from the inmate areas. There's no way. I stood there, frozen, my hand still on the cold porcelain of the sink. I couldn't look away from the window in the door. The figure was sitting on the bench closest to the courtroom door, so it was in clear view. It was hunched over, its back to me. It looked like a man, but I couldn't be sure. It was just a shape, a darker black against the deep grey shadows of the room. It was wearing something dark, a coat or a long jacket maybe. Its shoulders were slumped, and its head was bowed down, like it was reading something in its lap or just defeated. My training kicked in, that autopilot you go on. I raised my flashlight. My thumb found the button and I pressed it. The beam was bright and solid, cutting through the dim hall and flooding through the glass pane of the courtroom door. It lit up the dust motes dancing in the air, and it landed right on the hunched figure on the bench. And it was gone. Not like it ran away, not like it ducked. It was just gone. 1 second there was a solid, dark shape occupying that space, and the next second there was nothing. The beam of my flashlight was shining on an empty, dusty wooden bench. I stood there for a full minute, maybe more, just staring. My breath was caught in my throat. I could hear the blood pounding in my ears. I lowered the flashlight. The bench was empty. The courtroom was dark and silent. I should have called it in. That's the procedure. See something, say something. But what was I going to say? I saw a shadow that disappeared. I'd be a laughing stock. They'd think I was sleeping on the job. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. The brain does weird things in the middle of the night in a place like this, but I couldn't just let it go. I had to know. I had to prove to myself that it was nothing. I left the bathroom, my footsteps echoing too loud in the narrow hall. I walked the 10 or so steps to the courtroom door. My hand was shaking as I pulled the large, heavy keyring from my belt. The keys jangled, a sound that was usually so routine, but now it felt like I was making a racket that could wake the dead. I found the old brass key for the courtroom door. It was cold in my hand. I unlocked the door. The bolt slid back with a loud, rusty clunk. I took a deep breath, pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air in the courtroom was different. It was still and cold, and it smelled of old wood and dry rot. It felt heavy, like walking into a wall of silence. I swept my flashlight around the room. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the judge's bench, covered in a white sheet, the witness stand, the jury box filled with stacked chairs. Everything was exactly where it should be, covered in a thick layer of dust. My light went back to the public benches. They were all empty, rows and rows of empty, dusty benches. I walked over to the specific bench where I'd seen the figure. The third row from the back, on the end. I shone my light directly on the seat. The dust was disturbed, not a lot, but there was a clear spot, like someone had been sitting there. A perfect, butt-shaped area where the dust was gone. I don't know what made me do it. It was a stupid impulse, a need for some kind of physical, tangible proof that my mind wasn't completely broken. I reached out with my left hand, the one not holding the flashlight, and I placed my palm flat on the wooden slats of the bench, right in the center of that clean spot. It was warm, not like room temperature warm. It was body warm, like someone had just been sitting there, and the heat from their body had seeped into the wood. It was a distinct, localized heat, surrounded by the coolness of the rest of the bench and the cold room. I snatched my hand back like I'd been burned. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I felt dizzy. That wasn't my eyes playing tricks, that was real. The bench was warm. A cold dread, colder than the room, washed over me. This wasn't a trick of the light. Something had been there. Something that left behind heat, but had no physical form. I got out of there fast. I backed out of the room, locked the door, and practically ran back to my post. I sat in my chair, my whole body trembling. I couldn't focus on the monitors. All I could see was that hunched shape and feel that unnatural warmth on my palm. When my supervisor Gary came by on his rounds an hour later, I must have looked like hell. He's a guy in his 50s, been here forever. He's seen it all. "Rough night?" he asked, leaning against the doorframe. I didn't know how to say it. I just stammered out something about seeing something in the old courtroom, a shadow that vanished. He didn't laugh. He didn't even smile. His face just went sort of grim and serious. He looked down the hall towards the courtroom, then back at me. "Yeah," he said, his voice low, "that's the judge." He said it so matter-of-factly, like he was telling me where the spare paper towels were kept. "The judge?" I managed to ask. "Judge who used to hold court in there," Gary said. "Died on the bench back in the 70s. Massive heart attack. Right in the middle of sentencing some guy." He looked at me, and I could tell he knew I wasn't messing around. He could see the genuine fear on my face. "For years after they closed the room," he continued, "the cleaning crew would complain. They'd come in first thing in the morning and the place would be a mess. Case files and papers all scattered over the floor around that one bench, like someone had been going through them. They thought it was vandals or kids breaking in, but the doors were always locked. The alarms never went off." He paused, letting that sink in. I just stared at him, my mouth dry. "So, they put a camera in there. A silent, motion-activated one. For a week, nothing. Then one night it goes off. The security company calls me, and I come in to review the tape." Gary shook his head, a distant look in his eyes. "It was just static for most of it. Then, for a few seconds, you could see it. A dark, hunched-over shape, sitting on that same bench you're talking about. It was just there. And then the tape cut out. Went to snow. We never got a clear image." "What did you do?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "What could we do?" He shrugged. "We left the camera for another month. It happened 2 more times, always the same thing. Static, the shape, then nothing. Eventually the higher-up said it was a waste of resources, a malfunction. They had the camera removed. And the very next day, the cleaning crew came in and the papers were scattered all over the floor again. Just like before. It's happened a few times since. We just don't talk about it." He clapped me on the shoulder. "My advice? If you have to use that bathroom, turn on the lights in the hallway first. All of them. It doesn't like the light. That was 3 months ago. I still work the night shift. I still have to use that bathroom, but I never ever just flip the single switch for the bathroom light anymore. I walk down that cold hallway, and I flip every single light switch I can find. I flood the hallway with as much artificial, buzzing, fluorescent light as possible before I even approach that door. My heart still pounds every time. I look through that wired glass window, my eyes darting immediately to that bench, terrified that I'll see the dark, hunched shape again, sitting there, going through papers that don't exist anymore. I always look, and it's always empty. But the memory of that warmth on the wooden bench, a heat that had no right being there, is burned into my hand. I can still feel it sometimes, a phantom heat on my palm, a reminder that some things in this old building just don't leave. And I'm always terrified that one night, when I look through that window, it'll be looking back. Story 8. I was 7 years old when the worst of it happened. I need to get this out, because even now, more than 20 years later, the memory of that one specific day is so clear and sharp, it feels like it just happened last week. It's the day that everything about my childhood fear became real, not just a bad dream. We lived in this old 2-story house on the edge of town. It was one of those places that always had a draft, no matter how many windows you sealed. My room was at the end of the hall on the 2nd floor. I'd been having these nightmares for months. They weren't about monsters under the bed or anything simple like that. It was this overwhelming feeling of being hunted. In the dream, I'd be in a wide, empty field at night, and I'd just know deep in my bones that something was coming for me. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it getting closer. A pressure in the air that made it hard to breathe. And then I'd start running, and I'd wake up, but I wouldn't be in my bed. I'd be sleepwalking. It had gotten bad enough that my dad, who was a practical man, not one for ghosts or nonsense, had started locking my bedroom door from the outside with a little hook-and-eye latch. He felt terrible about it. I could see it in his face every night when he'd click it shut. He'd say, "It's just to keep you safe, buddy, so you don't hurt yourself." I hated that sound, the soft, final click of the latch. It made me feel like a prisoner in my own room. The day it happened was a Tuesday. I remember because Tuesdays were trash days, and the big truck had woken me up early that morning. The whole day felt off, like the air was charged with static electricity. I was jumpy at school, couldn't concentrate. I kept looking out the classroom window, half expecting to see something standing out on the playground, just watching. But there was never anything there. That night, I went to bed with a knot in my stomach. I remember the feel of my pajamas, these flannel ones with little race cars on them. They were soft from being washed so many times. I remember the specific pattern of the cracks in my ceiling, the one that looked like a dragon if you stared at it long enough. My dad came in, gave me a hug that was a little tighter than usual, and then he closed the door. I listened. I heard the faint scrape of the metal hook sliding into the eye, and then the click. I was locked in. I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, the dream was there. It was the same field, the same crushing sense of dread, but this time it was different. This time I could hear it. Not footsteps, but a sound like a low hum, a vibration that started in my teeth and worked its way into my skull. The feeling of being watched was so intense, it was physical, like cold fingers on the back of my neck. And then the running started. My heart was slamming against my ribs, a frantic, bird-like panic. I was running through the tall, dry grass, and I knew if I looked back I would see it, and that would be the end. Then I was awake. Sort of. It's the hardest part to explain. I was conscious, but I wasn't me. I was standing in the middle of my dark room, and the fear from the dream was still there, completely intact, a live wire of terror running through my whole body. It wasn't a fading nightmare. It had followed me out. The hum was still in my head. My room didn't feel like my room. The shadows in the corners were too deep. The shapes of my dresser and toy box were wrong, alien. I went to the door. I don't remember deciding to do it. My body just moved. I remember the feel of the cool wooden door under my fingertips. I jiggled the knob. It was locked, of course. And that's when this sheer raw panic took over. It wasn't me thinking, I need to get out. It was a primal animal need to escape. The thing from the dream was coming, and the door was in the way. I started pulling at the knob, hard. I was a small kid, but I threw my whole weight into it. The door shook in the frame. Then I started hitting it, not with my fists really, just slamming my body against it over and over. There was no pain. The terror had burned all of that away. I was just a single focused thought. Out, out, out. The hook and eye latch was old, and the wood of the door frame was soft in one spot. I remember the sound it made. Not a loud crack, but a slow, splintering groan. I put my shoulder to the door one more time and shoved with everything I had. There was a sharp pop, and the door swung open, the little metal hook dangling from a splintered piece of wood. The hallway was pitch black and felt a mile long. The hum in my head got louder. I didn't walk. I ran. I flew down that hall, my bare feet slapping against the cold hardwood floor. I passed my parents' closed door. I didn't even think about waking them. In that state, they weren't my parents. They were just other obstacles, other things in the house that wasn't safe. I went down the stairs, not even really using them. I just sort of half fell, half ran, grabbing the banister to keep from tumbling. The living room was a sea of dark shapes, the couch, the chair, the TV, a blank dead eye. I went straight for the front door. This one was unlocked. My dad always locked it before bed, but he must have forgotten that night. I remember the cold brass of the knob in my hand, the sigh of the door as it opened, and then the shock of the night air. It was cold. A real biting cold that seeped right through my thin pajamas. The grass in our front yard was wet with dew, and it soaked my feet instantly. I didn't stop. I ran across the lawn and into the street. Our street didn't have streetlights, so it was just the moon and the faint glow from distant houses. The hunting feeling was stronger than ever. It was behind me, pushing me forward. I couldn't look back. I knew if I did, I would see it, and I would freeze, and it would have me. So I just ran. I ran down the middle of the empty street, my breath puffing out in white clouds, my heart feeling like it was going to explode. The cold air burned my lungs. I could feel every single piece of gravel and grit under my bare feet, a sharp, stinging sensation with every step. I don't know how long I ran. Time didn't exist. There was only the running, the cold, and the terror. I passed houses I knew, but they looked strange and sinister in the dark, like sleeping giants. I remember cutting through someone's backyard and the smell of a wet dog coming from a kennel. I remember the feel of a low-hanging pine branch scraping across my face, the sharp scent of sap. Then I tripped. Then I don't know what I tripped on. A crack in the sidewalk, a rock, my own numb feet. I fell hard, my hands and knees scraping against the rough concrete. The pain was like a lightning strike. It was the first real physical sensation that broke through the blanket of fear. And just like that, the spell was broken. The humming in my head stopped. The feeling of being hunted vanished. It was gone, as if it had never been there. I was just a 7-year-old kid, lying on a cold sidewalk in the middle of the night in a part of town I didn't recognize. The silence was absolute. No cars, no people, just the sound of my own ragged, sobbing breaths. I pushed myself up. My knees were bleeding, stinging badly in the cold air. My hands were scraped raw. I was shivering uncontrollably, my teeth chattering. I looked around. I was at an intersection I'd never seen before. The houses were different here, smaller and closer together. I had no idea where I was. The fear came back then, but it was a different kind of fear. It was the cold, lonely terror of being lost. I started crying for real, hot tears mixing with the dirt on my face. I just stood there in the middle of the sidewalk, hugging myself, too scared and disoriented to move. I don't know how long I stood there. It felt like hours. Then I saw headlights. A car turned onto the street and slowed down as it approached me. It was a police car. The officer got out, and his face was a mixture of shock and concern. He knelt down in front of me. "Son, are you okay? What are you doing out here?" I couldn't even speak. I just cried. He took off his jacket and wrapped it around my shoulders. It was heavy and warm and smelled like coffee and cigarettes. He radioed in, his voice calm and steady, and then he put me in the back of his car. The seats were hard plastic, and the car smelled strongly of antiseptic. He asked me my name and my address. I managed to tell him. The drive back felt even longer than the run. I watched the unfamiliar streets slide by until they started to look familiar again. When we pulled up to my house, the front door was wide open, the light from the hallway spilling out onto the lawn. My mom and dad were standing there, my mom with her hands over her mouth, my dad looking pale and stricken. The officer helped me out of the car. The second my feet touched the driveway, my mom ran to me and scooped me up, crying. She was saying my name over and over. My dad put his hand on my head, and his hand was shaking. The officer explained where he'd found me. It was over 6 blocks away. 6 blocks. I had run, barefoot and in my pajamas, through a sleeping town for 6 blocks. They took me inside, cleaned up my cuts, and put me in my parents' bed. I lay between them, shaking, listening to the low murmur of their voices as they talked to the officer in the hallway. I heard my dad say, the door was broken. The latch was ripped right out of the frame. He sounded bewildered, almost scared. I never had another episode that bad. We moved to a new house a few months later, and for the most part, the extreme sleepwalking and the hunted-feeling nightmares stopped. But I still sleepwalk sometimes, even as an adult. My wife tells me I'll just get up and wander around the apartment, and I always have this look on my face, she says, a look of pure, uncomplicated fear. I've tried to rationalize it, night terrors, a parasomnia, but it never fits. The fear didn't feel like it came from inside me. It felt external. It felt like a presence, an intelligence, something that was actively pursuing me. The feeling of being herded, of being driven out of my house and into the night. It was too specific. It felt less like a dream and more like a memory of something that shouldn't be remembered. Something that got its hooks into me as a kid and has never really let go. And sometimes, on a really quiet night, if I'm lying awake, I'll get this old, familiar chill. Not a memory, but a sensation. A faint, almost imperceptible hum at the very edge of my hearing. And for a single, heart-stopping second, I feel like if I were to look out the window, I'd see that empty field, and I'd know, with a certainty that turns my blood to ice, that I'm being watched again. Story 9. I still can't sleep right, even months later. Every time I close my eyes, I see her face, that cracked, cruel grin inches from mine. I'm typing this out because I need to get it down, to share it with people who might understand, because my friends think I'm losing it, and honestly, sometimes I wonder if I am. But it happened, all of it. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because my son had soccer practice after school, and I'd spent the afternoon cleaning up the study, trying to shake off that weird feeling I always got in there. We'd moved into this house about 2 months before, and from the first day, I felt something in that room. Not scary, just present. Like an older man was hanging around, maybe reading in the corner chair. I'd catch a whiff of pipe tobacco sometimes, even though neither my husband nor I smoke, and the air would feel cooler near the bookshelf. I shrugged it off at first. Old houses have quirks, right? But it was consistent and oddly comforting, like a grandpa watching over us. That Tuesday started normal. I woke up early, made coffee, and got the kids ready for school. My daughter, she's 6, was quiet at breakfast, which isn't like her. She's usually chattering about unicorns or whatever cartoon she saw. I asked if she was okay, and she just nodded, but her eyes were darting around like she was looking for something. I didn't think much of it then. Kids have off days. After dropping them off, I came back and decided to tackle the study. It's this small room on the 2nd floor with a big window that looks out onto the street. I was dusting the shelves when I felt that chill again, right behind me. I turned, half expecting to see someone, but it was empty. I've always been sensitive to stuff like that, not in a psychic way, just I notice things. My husband jokes that I have a built-in ghost radar. He doesn't believe in any of it, which made what happened later even harder. I remember sitting at the desk, trying to work, but I couldn't focus. My skin was prickling like someone was staring at me. I've felt that before in here, but it was usually peaceful. That day, it felt different, heavier. I ended up leaving the room and going downstairs to do laundry, just to get away from it. When the kids got home, my daughter was back to her bubbly self. But later that evening, while I was tucking her into bed, she whispered something that made my blood run cold. She said, "Mommy, the man in the doorway flew away like a bird when Daddy came in." I froze. She'd said something similar a few weeks back, but I'd brushed it off as imagination. This time, her voice was so sure, and her eyes were wide, like she'd seen it clear as day. I asked her what man, and she just said, "The tall one. He's nice, but he goes poof." My husband heard her and laughed it off, saying she was dreaming, but I felt a knot in my stomach, because I'd seen him too, a tall, shadowy figure near the staircase a couple of times, just out of the corner of my eye. I'd even told it firmly to leave us alone one night when I was alone downstairs. I didn't shout or anything. I just said, "You need to go now." And the feeling eased up for a bit. But that Tuesday night after the kids were asleep, I was lying in bed, and I couldn't shake the unease. My husband was already snoring lightly beside me, and the house was quiet. Too quiet. Normally I hear the fridge humming or a car passing by, but it was dead silent, like the world had stopped. I must have dozed off because I slipped into a dream, one of those vivid ones that feel real. In the dream, I was in our house, but it was darker, and everything was distorted. I saw a woman with tangled white hair, so long it dragged on the floor. Her eyes were hollow, like black pits, and she was whispering, but I couldn't make out the words. It was garbled, like static, or a language I'd never heard. Her skin was pale and cracked, like dried clay, and she moved slowly, reaching for me. I woke up gasping, my heart hammering in my chest. The room was dark, and for a second I thought I saw a shape move near the door, but it was gone when I blinked. I lay there, trying to calm down, telling myself it was just a nightmare. But then I remembered my son mentioning bad dreams lately. He's 8, and he'd said something about a scary lady with white hair a few days ago. At the time, I thought it was from a movie he saw, but now it clicked. We'd both dreamed of the same thing. That's when the fear really set in. It wasn't just me, it was affecting the kids too. I must have fallen back asleep because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to someone sitting on the edge of the bed. I thought it was my daughter, maybe coming in because she had a bad dream. I reached out to touch them, my eyes still blurry with sleep, and my hand brushed against something rough and cold. Not skin, it felt like bark or dried mud. I jerked my hand back and my vision cleared. It was her, the witch from my dream. She was sitting right beside me, her face turned toward mine. Those hollow eyes were fixed on me, and her lips were stretched into this awful grin, like she knew something I didn't. Her hair was a mess of white strands, and I could see the cracks in her skin up close, deep fissures that looked like they'd split open. She smelled musty, like old dirt and decay, and the air around her was ice cold. I couldn't move. I was frozen, my breath caught in my throat. She leaned in, her face so close I could see every detail, the way her skin seemed to flake, the darkness where her eyes should be. She didn't blink. She just kept grinning, and then she whispered something, but it was that same incomprehensible garble from my dream. It felt like it was crawling into my ears, and my whole body went rigid with terror. I don't know how long it lasted, maybe seconds, maybe minutes, but I finally managed to scream. It wasn't loud or dramatic, it was this choked, guttural sound that ripped out of me. I started praying. Just whatever words came to mind. God, please, make it stop. Get her out of here. Over and over. My husband woke up, shaking me, asking what was wrong, but I couldn't speak. I was pointing at the spot where she'd been, but she was gone. Vanished. Like she'd never been there. The room felt normal again, but I was trembling so hard I thought I'd shake apart. My husband turned on the light, and I saw the fear in his eyes. He'd never seen me like that. I told him everything about the dreams, the figure, our daughter's whispers, and what I'd just seen. For the first time, he didn't dismiss it. He held me, and we stayed up the rest of the night, too scared to sleep. The next morning, we called a priest to bless the house. I went through every room with holy water, commanding any spirits to leave in the name of God. I'm not super religious, but I was desperate. After that, the witch never came back, but I still feel that shadow man sometimes in the study, like he's lingering. The terror of that night, though, her face so close to mine, that grin, it's burned into my mind. I can't explain it, and I don't think I ever will. Made Desige, Story 10. It was a Tuesday in late October, the kind of day that already feels like a memory. The light was thin and grey, the way it gets when autumn is really settling in. Pops had been gone for almost 2 months. Lung cancer. It was 2018. The house still felt wrong, like the air itself was heavier, thick with a silence that his laugh used to fill. I was just going through the motions, you know. Getting up, going to work, coming home. Everything felt like a chore. That afternoon I was on the couch, just staring at the ceiling. My new kitten, this tiny little black thing I'd gotten for company, was curled up on my stomach. Her name was soot. Out of nowhere, she lifted her head. Her ears went flat against her skull, and her whole body went rigid. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring past my shoulder into the far corner of the living room where the bookshelf met the wall. There was nothing there. Just a blank wall, a plug socket, a bit of dust. But her eyes were wide, these huge green saucers fixed on that one spot. She let out this low, guttural sound, a growl that was way too big for her tiny body. Our dog, an old golden retriever named Barney, was asleep on his bed in the same room. He didn't even twitch. He just kept snoring, his legs kicking a little like he was dreaming of chasing rabbits. That was the weird part. If there was something to be worried about, Barney would usually be the first to know. He was the household early warning system, but he was completely calm. Soot, though, she stayed like that for a full minute, her little body tense, staring at absolutely nothing. Then, just as suddenly, she relaxed, purred, and settled back down. I tried to shrug it off. Kittens are weird, right? They see dust motes in the sun and think they're ghosts. Later that night, things got stranger. I was in my room trying to read, but I couldn't focus. The grief was like a physical weight on my chest. I kept expecting to hear Pops shuffling down the hall in his slippers, or the low murmur of the television from his room. The house was just so quiet. I got up to go to the kitchen for a glass of water. My room is at the end of the hallway. To get to the kitchen, you have to pass the big window that looks out onto the side yard. As I walked past it, something caught my eye in the dark glass. My own reflection, sure, but behind it, in the depth of the window, I saw a flicker. A small, bright white light, like someone had quickly struck a match and blown it out. It was right there in the middle of the hallway, in the reflection. I stopped dead, my heart giving a hard, single thump. I turned around slowly, my skin already starting to crawl. The hallway was empty, just the runner carpet, the closed doors, the same as always. I told myself it was a car's headlights sweeping past the front window, casting a weird reflection. But the front of the house faces the street and the side yard window. It doesn't get headlights. It's pitch black out there at night. I got my water, my hand shaking a little, and went back to my room. I shut the door and leaned against it, listening. Nothing. Just the hum of the refrigerator. I climbed back into bed and must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, I was dreaming. It wasn't a scary dream. It was the most ordinary, heartbreaking dream. I was in the backyard. Pops was there alive. He was wearing his old beat-up gardening jacket, the green one with the torn pocket. He was watering his tomato plants, the ones he was so proud of. The hose was kinked, and he was muttering to himself, trying to straighten it out. I could smell his cologne, that cheap, spicy stuff he always wore. I could feel the sun on my skin. It felt so real. He turned and saw me, gave me that lopsided smile of his. "Hey, kiddo," he said, his voice a little raspy from the cigarettes. He walked over and put his hand on my shoulder. I could feel the weight of it, the warmth of his palm through my shirt. It was so solid, so comforting. I felt a peace I hadn't felt since before he got sick. Then I woke up. The room was dark and cold. The feeling of his hand was gone. The smell of his cologne was gone. The silence was back, but it was a different kind of silence now. It was an absence, a void where that feeling of peace had been just a second before. I started crying. Just quiet, helpless sobs into my pillow. It felt cruel, my mind giving me that perfect, beautiful moment, only to snatch it away and remind me he was gone. I lay there for what felt like an hour, just feeling the emptiness of the house press in on me. I finally got up to use the bathroom. It was around 3 in the morning. The floor was cold under my feet. I didn't turn on the hall light, just used the dim glow from my phone to see. As I was walking back to my room, I saw it again. The flickering white light. This time, it wasn't in a reflection. It was in my room, right by the closet door, 3 quick pulses like a firefly but brighter and pure white. They blinked in sequence and then vanished. My breath hitched. This wasn't a reflection. This was in the room with me. I stood frozen in the doorway, my phone's light pointed at the spot. Nothing, just my dirty clothes hamper and the closet door. And then I saw the shadow. It started forming out of the darkness in the corner near the window. It wasn't just a patch of dark. It had a shape, a human shape, tall and thin like Pop's was. It was a deeper black than the rest of the room, a black that seemed to suck the light right out of the air around it. It didn't have any features, no face, no details. It was just a solid human-shaped silhouette of pure darkness. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard, I thought I was going to be sick. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just stood there watching it. It didn't move like a person. It glided. It slid smoothly, silently from the corner towards the center of my room. It didn't walk. Its feet, if it had feet, didn't seem to touch the floor. It just moved. It was coming towards the spot where the white lights had been. Towards me. I fumbled for the light switch on the wall beside my door, my fingers clumsy and numb with terror. I finally hit it, and the overhead light blazed on, blinding me for a second. The room was empty, just my bed, my desk, my things. The shadow was gone. There was no place it could have gone. The window was closed and locked. The closet door was shut. I was alone. I stood there, breathing in ragged gasps, my whole body trembling. I must have stood there for 10 minutes, just staring at the empty space where the shadow had been, waiting for it to come back. It didn't. I ended up sleeping with the light on, curled into a tight ball, too scared to even close my eyes. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jerk awake, certain I could feel a cold spot in the air or hear a faint whisper. I didn't get any more sleep that night. The next day was a blur. I called in sick to work. I was exhausted, jumpy, my nerves completely shot. I kept Soot with me all day, watching her for any sign that she saw something I didn't. She was perfectly normal, chasing a crumpled-up piece of paper around the kitchen floor. Barney was his usual lazy self. I tried to tell myself it was sleep paralysis or grief or my mind playing tricks on me, but it felt too real. The memory of that gliding movement was burned into my brain. As evening fell again, the dread started to set in. I didn't want to be in the house, but I had nowhere else to go. I locked all the doors, checked all the windows twice. I turned on every single light in the place, trying to banish every possible shadow. It felt stupid, like a kid afraid of the dark. But I didn't care. I was in the kitchen, forcing myself to eat some toast when I saw it. Through the kitchen doorway, I had a direct line of sight down the main hallway to that big window at the end. It was dark outside now, so the window was basically a black mirror reflecting the lit hallway back at me, and I saw the shadow pass by it, not in the reflection, not in my room. It passed by the actual hallway window, on the outside of the house. It was solid. It wasn't a trick of the light. It was a tall, dark, human-shaped form that moved past the window from one side to the other. It glided, just like the one in my room had. It was there for maybe 2 seconds, and then it was gone. My blood ran cold. I dropped the piece of toast. This was different. This wasn't in my head. This wasn't a dream. Something was outside. I ran to the front door and checked the deadbolt. Locked. I ran to the side window, my heart in my throat, and peered out into the darkness. Nothing. The motion sensor light in the backyard hadn't come on. There were no footprints in the wet grass, no sounds. I called the police. I felt like an idiot, but what else could I do? I told the dispatcher I thought someone was prowling around my house. 2 officers came, a man and a woman. They were nice, professional. They walked around the property with their big flashlights, checking the doors and windows. They found nothing. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, no disturbed bushes. The female officer asked me if I'd been under a lot of stress lately. I told her my grandfather had recently passed away. She gave me a sympathetic look, and suggested I might want to talk to someone. They left, and I felt more alone and crazy than ever. I was too scared to go to my room, so I camped out on the living room couch with Barney at my feet and soot on my chest. I had the TV on for noise, some dumb infomercial, just to have a human voice in the house. I must have dozed off out of pure exhaustion, because I was dreaming again. This time, I was in the living room on this very couch. Pops was in his armchair, the one that still smells like him. He was watching an old western on TV, the volume low. He had a bowl of popcorn in his lap. He looked over at me and smiled. "This is a good part," he whispered. I could smell the popcorn, and his cologne, and the faint scent of tobacco that always clung to his clothes. I felt that same profound peace. It felt like a visit. It felt like he was really there, just checking in on me. I didn't want to wake up. I tried to stay in the dream, to hold on to that feeling. Then in the dream he paused the movie. He turned to me, and his expression changed. It wasn't sad, just serious. He looked right at me and he said, "It's okay to let go, kiddo." And I felt his hand on my shoulder again, that same warm, solid weight. I woke up with a gasp. I was still on the couch. The TV was still on. Barney was still asleep. Soot was sitting on the back of the couch, but she wasn't looking at me. She was staring, wide-eyed, towards the hallway. Her body was tense again. I followed her gaze. At the end of the dark hallway, standing right in front of that big window, was the shadow. It was just standing there facing me. It was perfectly still. It wasn't gliding. It wasn't flickering. It was just present. My throat closed up. I couldn't even breathe. I was paralyzed, pinned to the couch by a terror so complete it felt like I was drowning. And then it raised one of its arms. It was a slow, deliberate movement. It didn't have a hand, just a tapered end to the dark shape of its arm. It held it up, palm out, like a wave or a stop sign. And then it was gone. It didn't fade. It didn't move away. 1 second it was there, a solid black silhouette against the dim window, and the next second it just wasn't. The hallway was empty. Soot relaxed instantly, purring and starting to wash her paw. I sat there on the couch, shaking, for the rest of the night until the sun came up. I've never seen the shadow or the lights again. The dream stopped too. That was the end of it. Just like that. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was Pops trying to comfort me, to say goodbye in a way I could finally understand, or if it was my grief and exhaustion conjuring something up out of the darkness, something my mind could latch onto. I don't know if the thing in the hallway was him or something else entirely that just looked like him. I don't know why it raised its arm. I don't know what that meant. All I know is that it happened. I lived through it. And sometimes, late at night, I'll find myself staring down that hallway waiting, not with fear anymore, but with a confused, aching kind of longing. I just want to know. I need to know. Was it him? Was he really here? Dice. Story 11. I was trying to sleep, tangled in a thin sheet, listening to the distant hum of a radio from somewhere down the road. That's when I first heard it. It wasn't loud. It was soft, a tiny sound that seemed to weave itself into the other night noises. A crying. A young girl crying. It was coming from the corner of the room, near the dark space between the tall wardrobe and the wall. My whole body went cold, a deep, sinking chill that had nothing to do with the hot night. I pulled the sheet over my head, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would break. I tried to tell myself it was a cat, or the wind whistling through a crack in the window frame, but it wasn't. It was a child sobbing softly, miserably. The sound was clear now, and it was definitely in the room with me. I couldn't move for what felt like an eternity. I just lay there, frozen, every muscle locked tight, listening to that pitiful crying. It was the most lonely, hopeless sound I had ever heard. Then a floorboard in the hall creaked. That was it. I threw the sheet off, scrambled out of the bed so fast I almost fell, and I ran. I didn't look back. I didn't even breathe. I just ran down the dark hall to my grandma's room and burst through her door. She was awake, sitting up in her bed like she'd been waiting. The light from her small bedside lamp cast long dancing shadows across her face. I didn't have to say anything. I just flung myself at her, burying my face in her nightgown, sobbing and shaking so hard my teeth chattered. I managed to choke out, "There's someone crying in my room." She held me tight, her arms strong and sure around me. She didn't tell me I was dreaming. She didn't tell me it was nothing. She just held me and listened, and then we both heard it. The crying, faint but unmistakable, drifting down the hallway from the guest room. It was a little louder now, more distinct. A girl, maybe my age, lost and scared. My grandma's body went rigid. She let out a slow breath, a sound of grim recognition. "Stay here," she whispered, her voice low and steady. She got out of bed, her movements slow and deliberate. She walked to her dresser, opened a small wooden box, and took out a few things I couldn't see clearly. Then she left the room, closing the door softly behind her. I was alone in her bed, clutching her pillow. The house was silent, except for that faint, terrible crying. I listened, straining my ears, but I couldn't hear my grandma's footsteps anymore. The crying stopped, just like that. The sudden silence was somehow worse. It was a heavy, waiting silence. I stared at the door, my eyes wide, not blinking, waiting for her to come back. And then she did. The door opened, and my grandma walked in. She looked tired. She came over to the bed and sat down on the edge, her back to me. She didn't say anything. She just sat there, perfectly still. Something was wrong. The way she was sitting was off. It was too straight, too still. The air in the room felt thick and cold, like I'd stepped into a freezer. "Grandma?" I whispered, my voice trembling. She didn't turn. She didn't move. A knot of pure fear tightened in my stomach. I slowly, carefully, reached out a shaking hand. I wanted to touch her back, to make sure she was real. My fingers were just about to brush her nightgown when a thought, cold and clear, sliced through my panic. Check under the blanket. I don't know why I did it. It was an impulse, a desperate need for some kind of proof. My hand, instead of touching her, moved to the edge of the thin cotton blanket she was sitting on. I pinched a corner between my thumb and forefinger. My heart was a frantic drum in my ears. I took a shallow breath and lifted it. I lifted the blanket just enough to see the space where her legs met the mattress, and I saw her skin. It wasn't her skin. It was pitch black, not dark brown, not a shadow. It was a pure, deep, void-like blackness, like looking at a hole cut out of the world. It was utterly smooth and matte, absorbing the light from the lamp. There were no features, no texture, just an endless, terrifying black. A scream caught in my throat, turning into a choked, gurgling sob. I scrambled backward on the bed, pressing myself against the headboard, pulling my knees to my chest. I couldn't take my eyes off that blackness under the blanket. The thing that looked like my grandma still hadn't moved. Then, from the hallway, I heard the familiar, comforting sound of the floorboard near the bathroom creaking. My head snapped toward the door. Another creak, closer this time. The real one was coming back. The thing on the bed didn't react. It just sat there, a silent, black-limbed statue wearing my grandma's face. The bedroom door opened slowly. My real grandma stood there, her face pale and grim. Her eyes went straight to the thing sitting on her bed, and a flash of something, anger maybe, or a deep, weary resolve, crossed her face. She didn't scream. She didn't even look that surprised. She walked into the room as if she were dealing with a pest, her gaze fixed on the imposter. The thing on the bed didn't move, didn't turn its head. It just wasn't there anymore. One second it was sitting, a solid presence, and the next it was gone. There was no sound, no movement, no puff of smoke. It simply vanished. The space where it had been was just empty. I let out a wail, a raw sound of pure terror, and my grandma was at my side in an instant. She gathered me up in her arms, holding me so tight I could feel the frantic beat of her heart against my cheek. But as she held me, her heartbeat began to slow, becoming a strong, steady, rhythmic thump, 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 thump. It was the most solid, real sound I had ever heard. I clung to her, my small fists gripping her nightgown, sobbing into her shoulder. She didn't say a word. She just held me and let me cry, her steady heartbeat grounding me, pulling me back from the edge of absolute panic. When my sobs had subsided into shaky hiccups, she shifted, still holding me close. "Come," she said, her voice quiet but firm. She stood up, keeping me cradled in her arms like I was a much younger child, and carried me out of the room. She didn't turn on any lights. We moved through the dark house, her footsteps sure and silent on the wooden floors. The darkness wasn't empty anymore. It felt watchful, crowded. I buried my face in her neck, too scared to look. She carried me downstairs to the living room. The moon was bright outside, casting long, pale rectangles of light through the louvered windows, striping the floor and furniture. She laid me down on the couch, tucking the same thin sheet from upstairs around me. Her movements were methodical, practiced. Then she began to work. From a small cupboard in the corner, she took out a bundle of dried herbs. I could smell them from across the room, sharp, bitter and clean. She crumbled them in her hands and started placing little piles in the corners of the room. Next came small, smooth stones that looked like they came from the river, which she set on the windowsills. She took a small bottle of oil and drew patterns on the floorboards around the couch with her thumb. Crosses, circles, lines I didn't understand. I watched her, my fear slowly being replaced by a numb, exhausted curiosity. She finally came and sat on the floor beside the couch, her hand resting on my head. "Listen to me," she said, her voice low and intense. Her eyes were locked on mine. "A door, a lock. These things are for people. They are wood and metal. They do not keep out what is already inside or what has no need for a door." She tapped her finger gently against my temple. "This is what keeps you safe. Your mind, your will. You must know deep inside that this is your space. You must believe it more than it believes it can enter. Fear is an open door. Calm is a locked gate." It wasn't a comforting fairy tale. It was an instruction, a warning. It felt like she was giving me a tool, a weapon for a war I never knew existed. Then she began to sing. It was an old song, in a language I didn't fully understand. A mix of English and something else, something older. Her voice was raspy and soft, not beautiful but strong. It was a song about water and light and roots going deep into the earth. She kept her hand over my eyes, not pressing hard, just resting there, shielding my sight. The scent of the herbs filled the air. The patterns on the floor seemed to glow in the moonlight, and the steady, sure sound of her voice wove a net around me. My breathing slowed, matching the rhythm of her song. The terrible image of the black skin under the blanket was still there, lurking in the back of my mind, but her voice and her hand over my eyes pushed it back, contained it. Exhaustion, deeper than any I had ever felt, washed over me. The last thing I remember is the feel of her rough, warm palm on my eyelids and the low, humming vibration of her song in her chest. I woke up to sunlight streaming into the living room. The house was warm, filled with the normal, everyday sounds of birds outside and the distant putter of a car. The herbs were gone from the corners. The stones were gone from the windowsills. The oily patterns on the floor had vanished. It was just my grandma's living room, clean and ordinary. My grandma was in the kitchen making breakfast. The smell of fried bacon saltfish filled the air. She smiled at me when I walked in, a normal, tired grandma smile. "You sleep okay?" she asked, as if I had just dozed off on the couch during a lazy afternoon. I just nodded, my throat too tight to speak. We never talked about it. Not that morning, not ever. I stayed for the rest of the summer, and the nights were always quiet. But I never slept in the guest room again. I slept on a pallet on the floor of her room, and she never once questioned it. It's been more than 20 years. I've never asked her what that was, what she did, or what she saw. I'm too scared of the answer. I'm scared that giving it a name will make it real in a way that it isn't now, locked away in that one terrible night. But sometimes, on a hot, still night when the air feels heavy, I'll wake up for no reason, and I'll remember the weight of her hand over my eyes, and I'll hear, just for a second, the faint, ghostly echo of a young girl crying. And I know with a certainty that chills my blood that doors don't keep anything out. Story 12. The camp was called Pine Crest or something generic like that. It was way up north, a 6-hour drive from our suburban neighborhood. The woods there were different, thicker, older. The trees were mostly pines, tall and straight, so dense in places that the sunlight barely made it down to the forest floor, even in the middle of the day. It smelled like damp earth and something else, something sweet and rotten, like decaying leaves and pine sap all mixed together. Our cabin was one of several nestled in a clearing near this big, dark lake. The water was almost black. It was so deep and it never seemed to get warm, not even in the afternoon sun. The first day was okay. Lots of organized games, learning camp songs, that kind of thing. I stuck close to my friend Sarah. We'd signed up together, and she was my security blanket. Where I was nervous, she was bold. Where I hesitated, she charged ahead. That night after dinner, they had the big campfire. It was the classic setup, a huge pile of logs and branches burning in the middle of a big circle of benches, sparks flying up into the dark sky. The flames were so bright they hurt to look at, but if you looked away, the darkness around the circle felt absolute, like a solid wall of black. The counselors were leading songs, but after a while, the noise and the heat from all the bodies started to get to me. I felt closed in, like I couldn't get a full breath. I nudged Sarah and whispered that I needed to step away for a minute. She just shrugged and came with me, which I was grateful for. We walked away from the circle, the sound of the singing and the crackling fire fading behind us, until it was just a distant, happy murmur. We didn't go far, just to the edge of the tree line, maybe 30 feet from the nearest bench. It was instantly cooler there and quiet. The air was still. We were just standing there, not talking, letting our eyes adjust to the deep shadows between the trees. That's when I saw them. 2 small, bright blue lights. They were just hanging there in the air, about level with my face, maybe 15, 20 feet into the woods. They weren't moving at first. They were perfectly still. I remember my first thought was that they were fireflies, but they were all wrong. Fireflies blink on and off. They drift around. They're a soft yellowish green. These weren't blinking. They were a steady electric blue, like the LED on a stereo or something, but out here in the middle of nowhere. And they were bright. Not so bright that they cast light on anything around them, but they were these 2 distinct, piercing points of blue in the darkness. I didn't say anything at first. I just stared, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was a trick of the light from the campfire, some weird reflection. But when I shifted my head, the lights stayed put. They weren't a reflection. Then they started to move. They didn't bob or weave. They moved together, side by side, gliding slowly and smoothly between the trees. It was a deliberate movement, like someone or something was walking steadily and carrying them. There was no sound, no rustle of leaves, no snap of a twig, just these 2 silent blue orbs floating through the blackness. They moved from right to left, passing behind one thick pine trunk and then appearing from behind the next one, their pace never changing. A cold feeling started in my stomach, a heavy, sinking sensation. My skin got tight and prickly, like 1,000 tiny needles were pressing into my arms and the back of my neck. My heart wasn't racing yet, it was just beating harder, thicker, like it was pumping syrup. I finally found my voice, a dry, quiet croak. "Sarah, do you see that?" She was squinting into the woods. "See what?" "The blue lights, right there." I pointed, my hand feeling shaky. She looked where I was pointing, her head tilted. She stared for what felt like a full minute. The lights were still there, still gliding, unwavering. "I don't see anything, dude. It's just dark." "No, right there. 2 blue dots moving." My voice was getting a little higher, a little more desperate. She shook her head. "You're seeing things. It's probably just fireflies. Come on, let's go back." She turned and started walking toward the fire, and after a helpless second, I followed her, throwing one last look over my shoulder. The lights were still there, still moving, before they were swallowed by the deeper darkness. My hands were ice cold. I shoved them into the pockets of my hoodie as we sat back down on the bench. The warmth from the fire felt good on my face, but it couldn't reach the chill that had settled deep inside me. I kept my eyes on the tree line, but I couldn't see the lights from where we were sitting. The cheerful chaos of the campfire suddenly felt flimsy, like a thin sheet of plastic trying to hold back the immense, silent pressure of the woods. That's when one of the counselors, a guy named Eric, who was probably in college, stood up and called for quiet. He had that look, the one that says he's about to tell a scary story. Everyone got quiet, leaning in. The fire popped, sending a shower of embers into the air. "This isn't just a story," Eric began, his voice low and serious. "This is something that really happened here, at this very camp. A long time ago. Decades. He had everyone's attention. You could have heard a pin drop. There was a boy," Eric continued, "about your age. His family lived on a farm near these woods. He loved horses, had one of his own. One day he was out riding right through this forest. Something spooked the horse. No one knows what. Maybe a snake, maybe a bear. The horse reared up and the boy fell off, but his foot got caught in the stirrup. A few kids gasped. I just sat there, frozen. The horse took off, terrified, dragging the boy behind it, through the trees, over rocks and roots. They found him later, right near the lake. It was bad." Eric let that hang in the air for a moment. "They say he had the brightest blue eyes anyone had ever seen, and they say that on the anniversary of the day he died, if you're in these woods, you can still see them. Not the boy, not his ghost, just his eyes. 2 bright blue lights glowing in the dark, watching from between the trees." My blood went cold. It was a physical sensation, like someone had poured a bucket of ice water down my back. My mouth went dry. Those lights, the blue lights I had just seen, they weren't fireflies, they were eyes. The story wasn't just a story, it was an explanation. And it was the most terrifying explanation I could possibly imagine. I wanted to say something, to tell Eric what I'd seen, to ask if today was the anniversary, but my throat had closed up. I just sat there, paralyzed, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought everyone must be able to hear it. The rest of the campfire is a blur. I don't remember any more songs or any more stories. I just remember the feeling of the darkness around our little circle of light pressing in, feeling 1,000 times heavier and more aware than it had before. Back in the cabin, everyone was buzzing, laughing, a little scared but mostly excited by the story. I was the only one who was genuinely terrified. I got into my sleeping bag and pulled it up to my chin, but I was shivering, and it wasn't from the cold. The cabin was noisy for a while, whispers and giggles, but eventually, one by one, the other girls fell asleep. I couldn't. I lay there on the lumpy camp mattress, staring up at the dark shapes of the wooden rafters. Every sound from outside was magnified. The crickets were deafening. Every snap of a twig made me flinch. Every rustle of leaves sounded like a deliberate footstep. I'd close my eyes, and all I could see were those two patient, unblinking blue lights gliding silently through the trees. I imagined them moving closer to the cabin, hovering outside the screen window next to my bunk. I imagined them looking in. My skin was crawling. I had to pee desperately, but there was no way I was going outside to the latrine. I just held it, clenching my muscles, feeling a dull ache grow in my bladder. The night stretched on forever. I watched the red numbers on Sarah's little digital clock radio change, minute by agonizingly slow minute. 11:30, 12:15, 1 o'clock, 2. Sometime near dawn, the sky outside the window started to turn from black to a deep, murky gray. The sounds of the night insects began to fade. The cabin was completely silent now, except for the soft breathing of the other girls. The absolute worst of the darkness was over, and a tiny, fragile sense of relief started to creep into me. Maybe it was over. Maybe I had just imagined it. Let the story get to me. I sat up slowly, my back and neck stiff from lying so tense for so long. I peered out the window screen. The world outside was shrouded in a thick white fog that had rolled in off the lake. It curled around the bases of the trees, swallowing the ground, making everything look soft and unreal. And that's when I saw it again. A shimmer, a faint, hazy glow of blue deep in the foggy woods. It wasn't the two distinct points from before. It was more like a smudge of light, a blur of that same impossible color, there for just a second and then gone, dissolved back into the white-gray mist. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just stared at the spot where it had been, my hands gripping the edge of my sleeping bag. It was real. It had been real all along. It wasn't my imagination. Something was out there. Something that had bright blue eyes and didn't want to be forgotten. The next morning, everyone was tired but in good spirits, packing up their stuff and talking about the campfire. The sun was out, burning away the fog, and the woods looked normal again, just trees and dirt and sunlight. I was exhausted, hollowed out. My eyes felt gritty and raw. As we were hauling our duffel bags to the bus, Sarah nudged me. "You look terrible. You finally see those haunted bugs again last night?" She laughed. I forced a smile, a weak, thin thing. Yeah, must have been bugs. But I knew they weren't. I've never been able to look at fireflies the same way since. Every time I see their gentle, blinking light in my own backyard, my heart gives a little lurch, and my mind goes back to those two steady, unblinking blue points, gliding silently through the pines, and the faint shimmer in the fog that confirmed it all wasn't just a story. I don't know what I saw. I don't have an explanation. I just know that I saw it, and that for one long night in those woods, I believed with every fiber of my being that a dead boy was watching me. Story 13. I live out in East Tennessee, deep in the Appalachian Mountains, where the hills roll on forever and the trees get so thick in summer you can barely see the sky. It's quiet here most of the time, the kind of quiet that settles in your bones. My neighbors, a family from Honduras, moved in a couple of years back. They kept to themselves mostly, but we'd wave when we saw each other, and sometimes Hugo, the dad, would come over to borrow a tool or something. They had two little girls who'd play in the yard, and Anna, who was the wife's sister, lived with them too. She was young, maybe in her early 20s, always smiling when I saw her. The day it all happened started out normal enough. I remember it was a Tuesday, and the air was heavy with that damp mountain chill that seeps into everything. I'd just finished my morning coffee and was out on the porch, watching the mist cling to the treetops, when I heard screaming from next door. Not the kind of noise kids make when they're playing. This was raw, panicked yelling that cut right through the quiet. I ran over without even thinking, my heart hammering in my chest. When I pushed through their front door, the scene hit me like a punch. Anna was on the floor in the living room, convulsing, and there was white foam bubbling out of her mouth. It looked thick, almost like soap suds, and it coated her chin and neck. Her eyes were rolled back so far I could only see the whites, and her body was jerking so hard it sounded like bones cracking. The two little girls were huddled in a corner crying, and Hugo was kneeling beside Anna, his face pale as ash. He was trying to hold her down, but she was thrashing too much. My first thought was overdose. I've seen it before round here with the opioid crisis and all. I yelled at Hugo to call 911, and he fumbled for his phone, his hands shaking so bad he could barely dial. While we waited, I tried to help pin Anna down, but her strength was unreal. She was clawing at her own eyes, leaving red marks on her skin, and her teeth were gnashing together like she was trying to bite anything she could reach. The foam kept coming, and it smelled sour, like something rotten. The EMS arrived what felt like an eternity later, but it was probably only 10 or 15 minutes. They checked her vitals, hooked her up to monitors, but they couldn't find anything wrong. No drugs in her system, no signs of seizure or stroke, nothing. One of the paramedics, a guy with a tired look in his eyes, just shook his head and said they'd take her to the hospital for observation, but he seemed baffled. As they were loading her onto the stretcher, Anna suddenly went limp and the foaming stopped. For a second I thought it was over, but then her eyes snapped open and they were pitch black, no whites, just solid black. She let out this low growl that didn't sound human, and the paramedics jumped back. They sedated her right there and rushed her out. After they left, the house felt dead silent, except for the girl's sniffles. Hugo was sitting on the couch, head in his hands, and he started talking in a low, shaky voice. He said that a few days before, the girls had been playing outside and came running in, terrified, saying a little white girl in an old-fashioned dress had been watching them from the woods. They said she had no face, just smooth skin, where her eyes and mouth should be. Hugo brushed it off as kids' imagination, but then Anna started having nightmares. That morning, before she passed out, Anna told Hugo she saw the girl in the house, and then the girl shifted into a black cat that hissed and threatened the family. Anna said it felt like the cat was sucking the life out of her, and then she collapsed. We didn't know what to do. The hospital called a few hours later. They'd run every test and found nothing. Anna was awake, but not herself. She was violent, lashing out at nurses, so they were sending her home with sedatives. When she got back, it was like a switch had flipped. She was pacing the living room, muttering in Spanish and English, words that didn't make sense. Her eyes were still dark, and she'd scratch at her arms until they bled. Hugo called their pastor from church, a man named Reverend Miller, and he came over with holy water and a Bible. What happened next is burned into my memory. Reverend Miller started praying, and Anna let out this ear-splitting shriek. She dropped to the floor, writhing like a snake, her body contorting in ways that shouldn't be possible. Her fingers clawed at her hair, pulling out chunks, and she bit at the air so hard I thought she'd break her teeth. When the Reverend sprinkled holy water on her, it sizzled on her skin like acid, leaving red welts. She screamed like she was being burned alive, and the smell of sulfur filled the room, thick and choking like rotten eggs. We tried to hold her down, me and Hugo and the Reverend, but she was too strong. She kept vomiting up this black tar-like stuff that stained the carpet and stank of decay. Between heaves, she'd spit out words in voices that weren't hers, deep, guttural sounds, and sometimes it sounded like multiple people talking at once. She said things about the family, secrets I didn't know, and threats about the little girl and the cat. At one point, she lunged for the Reverend, teeth bared, and we had to wrap her in bedsheets to restrain her. She fought like a wild animal, twisting and kicking, and the sheets tore in places. The exorcism went on for hours. Reverend Miller would pray, and Anna would convulse, her body arching off the floor. She tried to kill herself 3 times that day. Once she grabbed a knife from the kitchen and slashed at her wrists, but we got it away. Another time she tried to bash her head against the wall, and we had to pin her down. The 3rd time, she almost choked herself with the sheets. It was exhausting, terrifying. Sweat poured off all of us, and the room felt hot and close. Even with the windows open, I could feel my own hands trembling, and my throat was raw from holding back screams. As the day wore on, the voices coming from Anna changed. One moment it was a child's whisper, the next a man's roar. Reverend Miller kept at it, his voice steady but strained, calling on God to cast out whatever was inside her. At one point, Anna's body went rigid, and she vomited up what looked like thick black worms. They wriggled for a second before dissolving into nothing. Then she collapsed, breathing heavy, and the blackness faded from her eyes. She was herself again, weak and confused, crying softly. We thought it was over, but Reverend Miller said there were multiple entities, and we had to keep going. It took most of the afternoon and into the evening. Finally, as the sun was setting, Anna let out one last shuddering breath, and she was still. She looked up at us, her eyes clear, and whispered that they were gone. The room felt lighter, like a weight had been lifted, but the air was still thick with that sulfur smell. Hugo decided right then that they had to move out. They packed what they could that night, and I helped them load the car. As we were saying goodbye outside, a loud crack echoed from the woods. We all turned, and a dead tree, one that had been leaning toward their house for years, snapped and fell, crashing right where the living room was. It didn't hit the house, but it was close, and in the dim light I saw something move near the trunk. A woman in a white dress, floating just above the ground, and beside her a tall figure in black like a shadow with no face. They stood there for a second, then vanished into the trees. I stood there frozen, my skin crawling, and I couldn't speak. Hugo just looked at me, his eyes wide with fear, and then they drove away. I never saw them again. To this day, I can't explain what happened, and every time I look at that fallen tree, I feel that same chill, like something is still watching. Story 14. It was one of those things you don't really think about until later, you know? When you're a kid, weird stuff happens and you just sort of roll with it. Our old rented house was like that. It wasn't a creepy old mansion or anything. It was just a small, boxy place in a row of other identical houses. The paint was peeling a little, and the floorboards in the hall had this one spot that always creaked, no matter how lightly you stepped. The first thing I remember, the real first thing that was off, was the spoons. I was maybe 10, and my sister Laia was 8. We'd be sitting at the kitchen table doing homework, and a spoon would just slide off the counter and clatter onto the floor. Not fall, slide, like someone had brushed past it. At first we'd laugh. We'd blame each other. "You kicked the table," I'd say. "Did not. You breathed too hard," she'd shoot back. But it kept happening, and we both knew we weren't doing it. We'd be in the living room watching TV, and we'd hear the distinct clink-clatter from the kitchen. We'd look at each other, shrug, and go back to our show. It was just a thing the house did. Then it was the clothes. Laia and I shared a room, and we had this old metal wardrobe. The hangers were the wire kind, the ones that sort of hooked together. We'd put our school uniforms away neatly, and the next morning, one of the shirts would be on the floor. Not crumpled in a heap like it fell, but laid out flat, almost carefully. Again, we blamed each other. It became a nightly argument. "Stop messing with my clothes." "I'm not. You're doing it to mine." Our parents would just tell us to stop fighting and pick our things up. They said we were imagining things, that the hangers were cheap and the spoons were on a slanted counter. We wanted to believe them. It was easier. The feeling in that house, though, it's hard to put into words. It wasn't a constant dread. During the day, with the sun coming through the windows, it was just a house. But at night, After lights out, the atmosphere changed. It got heavy. The air felt thick, like just before a thunderstorm. Laya and I had bunk beds. I was on top, she was on bottom, and we'd often whisper to each other long after we were supposed to be asleep, just to fill the silence. We never talked about the feeling. We didn't have to. We both knew the other one felt it too. It was a quiet understanding, a shared secret we kept from our parents and our older sister Mira, who had her own room. Mira was 5 years older than me, and at that age, 5 years is a whole different world. She was a teenager, always on the phone or locked in her room. She seemed fine, a little quiet maybe, but we all just thought that was her being a moody teen. We had no idea. When our dad got a new job, the first thing we all felt was relief. We were moving to a new apartment, a fresh start. I remember the day we finished packing the last box. The house was just empty rooms and echoes. That heavy feeling was gone, completely. It felt light, almost normal. I remember standing in my empty bedroom, looking at the spot where my bed used to be, and just feeling this wave of freedom. We were getting out. The new apartment was brighter, newer. It smelled of fresh paint and clean floors. For the first few weeks it was great. No spoons fell, no clothes slipped off hangers. We slept through the night. I think we all just collectively decided to forget the weirdness of the old place. We'd left it behind. Then, one afternoon about a month after we'd moved, I was in the kitchen with my mom. She was making chai, and I was just leaning against the counter, bored. I don't know why I said it. It was a stupid, thoughtless kid thing. I was trying to be funny. You know, in the old house, I started with a grin, I used to see this lady sometimes. My mom didn't look up from the stove. Oh, yeah? What lady? You know, just a lady. She'd be standing by my bed. Sometimes she had a baby with her. I said it so casually, like I was telling her about a dream. I expected her to laugh or tell me I had an overactive imagination. She didn't. She turned off the stove. The little hiss of the gas stopped. The kitchen went completely silent. Then she turned to look at me. I will never, for the rest of my life, forget the look on her face. All the color just drained away. It was like watching a glass of milk spill that fast. Her skin went a sickly, pale gray. Her eyes were wide, and they weren't looking at me, they were looking through me, at something far away and terrible. Her voice was a whisper, thin and cracked. What did you say? I was confused. The joke wasn't funny anymore. Nothing, Mom. I was just kidding. A lady with a baby, you know, a ghost story. She took a step towards me and her hand was shaking. Aaron, describe her. The seriousness in her voice froze me. This wasn't a game. I don't know. I made it up. Tell me what you saw. Her voice was low, urgent, almost pleading. I started to feel scared. My own heart was thumping in my ears. She was tall, thin. Her hair was long and dark, kind of messy, and the baby, it was just a bundle in her arms. I couldn't see its face. I was just making up details now, pulling them from nowhere, but with every word, my mom looked more and more horrified. I was describing the prank ghost, but I was somehow describing something real. My mom leaned against the counter like her legs wouldn't hold her. She put a hand over her mouth. Mira, she breathed out. Mira saw the same woman. The floor felt like it dropped out from under me. The world tilted. My prank, my stupid, off-the-cuff lie, had just crashed into a reality I never knew existed. What? Your sister. For years. She saw a woman with a baby. She never told you or Laya. She was too scared. The woman, she was angry. My mom's eyes were filling with tears. The last time Mira saw her, just before we moved, the woman looked right at her and said, "Don't you dare leave." I felt cold. A deep, internal cold that started in my stomach and spread out to my fingers and toes. My skin prickled. It wasn't a joke. It was never a joke. I had been describing a real thing that lived in that house with us. I found Mira in her new room. She was reading a book. I stood in her doorway, and I must have looked as shaken as I felt because she put her book down immediately. "What's wrong?" I couldn't even form the words properly. The woman with the baby. Her face closed off. It was like a shutter came down. "What about her?" Mom said you saw her." Mira looked down at her hands. She was silent for a long time. The air in her room felt heavy, just like the old house. Finally, she spoke, her voice so quiet I had to strain to hear it. "She used to stand in the corner, just watching me. At first I thought it was a shadow, but then I'd see her more clearly. The baby never made a sound, it was just still." She took a shaky breath. She hated me. I could feel it. A cold, sharp hate. When Mom and Dad said we were moving, she got worse. She'd be closer to the bed. I could feel her breath, Aaron. It was so cold. My own breath was caught in my throat. I was hearing my sister confirm the existence of the monster from my stupid prank. "And the voice," Mira whispered, her eyes distant, lost in the memory. It wasn't her voice. It was different, softer. It would come when I was half asleep, in that place where you're not sure if you're dreaming. It would tell me to get up, to go to the window. It said the fresh air would help me sleep. It was so persuasive. One night I actually did it. I got out of bed. My hand was on the latch to open the window. It was the middle of the night, and we were on the second floor. Mom came in to check on me because she heard me talking in my sleep. She found me with the window half open, just staring out. I don't even remember unlocking it. A chill, solid and real, crawled up my spine. The pieces were slamming together in my head. The spoons, the clothes, the heavy air. It was all her. It was all this woman. And we had brought her with us. The thought entered my mind like a shard of ice. What if it was never the house? That was the moment the real terror began. It wasn't a memory anymore. It was a present, living fear. A few days later, I was in my new room trying to read. It was a bright, sunny afternoon. My math textbook was on my desk. I got up to get a glass of water, and when I came back, the textbook was on the floor. Not by my feet, where it might have slipped. It was over by the door, lying open, pages crumpled under the cover. My heart started that familiar, heavy thumping. I told myself I must have knocked it off without realizing. Then Laya came out of her room, her face pale. "My doll," she said, her voice small. "The one with the ceramic face. It was on my shelf. It's on the floor. Its head. It's cracked." We looked at each other and we didn't need to say anything. We both knew. The creaking started a week after that. Our new apartment had quiet, carpeted floors. There was no reason for it to creak, but at night we'd hear it, a slow, deliberate creak. Creak, creak, from the hall. It wasn't the sound of the building settling, it was the sound of footsteps. Heavy, patient footsteps, pacing right outside our bedroom doors. One night, I woke up needing to use the bathroom. The hall was dark. I fumbled for the light switch, but my hand froze before it got there. At the far end of the hall, near the living room, a shadow was darker than the rest. It was tall, thin. It was just standing there. I couldn't see details, but I didn't need to. I knew the shape. I knew the feeling that poured from it, that same cold, heavy pressure from the old house. I stood there, paralyzed, my bladder screaming, but too terrified to move a muscle. I just stared at the shadow, and I felt it staring back. After what felt like an hour, I inched my hand back, found my doorknob, and slid back into my room, locking the door behind me. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The worst part is the quiet pressure. It comes and goes. You'll be watching TV or eating dinner, and suddenly the room will get still. Not quiet, but still. The air gets thick, hard to breathe. You feel watched. You feel assessed. Laia and I have developed a look. It's just a quick glance, a tightening around the eyes. We don't say anything. We don't have to. We both feel it. We know she's in the room with us. Mira doesn't talk about it anymore. She just gets quiet and goes to her room. Mum and Dad try to pretend nothing is wrong. They blame the building's plumbing for the creaks, say the falling objects are due to us being clumsy. But I see the way Mum's hand sometimes trembles when she's washing dishes, how she'll glance over her shoulder for no reason. I lie in bed now, in this new bright apartment, and I feel that familiar weight settling over me. It's here. It followed us. It was never about the house, it was about us. Me, Laia, Mira, I think it's attached to us. I don't know why. I don't know what it wants. I just know that I feel it right now as I'm trying to fall asleep. A cold spot in the room, a presence in the corner just beyond the edge of my vision. The quiet is so loud it's deafening, and I'm just lying here, waiting, wondering if tonight is the night I'll open my eyes and see her standing by my bed again. The silent baby in her arms, her face finally close enough to see. Story 15. I still get chills thinking about that day, and it's been years now. My dad and I had this idea to flip an old farmhouse up in northwest Jersey, one of those places that's been standing for over a century. We'd done a couple houses before, nothing fancy, just fixing them up to sell or rent out. But this one was different from the start. I remember pulling up to the property that morning. The sky was this dull grey, like it was holding its breath, and the air felt thick, almost heavy, like walking through soup. My dad was all business, talking about the potential, how we could turn it into something great, but I couldn't shake this feeling in my gut, like something was off. We got the keys from the realtor a week earlier, but this was our first full day tackling the cleanup. The place had been empty for who knows how long, and it showed. Weeds were everywhere, tall enough to brush against my knees, and the paint was peeling off in big, curled strips. Inside, it smelled like dust and decay, that old house smell that gets into your clothes and stays there. My dad started on the downstairs, ripping out old carpets, while I headed up to the second floor. That's where it began, that heaviness I mentioned. It wasn't just in my head. The air up there felt denser, colder, like I'd stepped into a different room entirely. Every step I took on those creaky wooden floors echoed too loud, like the house was talking back. I was supposed to be clearing out the bedrooms, starting with the smallest one at the end of the hall. The door to the closet in there was stuck, jammed shut like something was holding it from the other side. I had to put my shoulder into it. And when it finally gave way, a cloud of dust billowed out, making me cough. That's when I saw it, tucked way in the back behind some moth-eaten blankets. A dog collar, old and worn, but what made my blood run cold was the dark, rusty stain all over it. Blood, I'm sure of it. It was dried and flaky, and when I picked it up it felt stiff and greasy in my hands. But the weirdest part was the symbols carved into the leather. Not words, just strange, jagged marks that didn't look like any language I'd ever seen. They were deep, like someone had pressed hard, and they made my skin crawl. I dropped it back in the closet like it was on fire, my heart hammering in my chest. I called out for my dad, but he was downstairs, and his voice sounded distant, like he was miles away. I left the collar there for a minute, trying to tell myself it was nothing, just some old junk. But then I noticed the flies. At first, it was just one or two buzzing near the window, but within minutes there were dozens of them swarming around me, landing on my arms and face. They were big, black flies, the kind you see around dead things, and they wouldn't leave me alone. I swatted at them, but they kept coming, like they were drawn to that closet. The sound of their buzzing filled the room, a low, constant hum that made my ears ring. That's when I decided to check the attic. The pull-down ladder was in the hallway, and it groaned like it hadn't been used in years. As soon as I climbed up, the smell hit me. a sweet, rotten odor that made my stomach turn. Death smell, that's the only way to describe it. It was so strong I had to cover my nose with my shirt. The attic was dark, with only a small window letting in a sliver of light, and the flies were worse up there, thick clouds of them buzzing around piles of old junk. I saw something moving in the corner, and when I got closer, I realized it was bats, a couple of them, stuck in the window frame, flapping weakly. Their wings were tangled in cobwebs, and they looked half dead just hanging there. I backed away fast, my heart racing, and nearly tripped over an old trunk. I didn't stay up there long. The whole place felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to be there. When I got back downstairs, my dad was wiping sweat off his forehead, and he asked me what took so long. I told him about the collar and the flies, but he just shrugged it off, said old houses have all kinds of weird stuff. He's always been the practical one, doesn't believe in ghosts or any of that. But I could see the doubt in his eyes when he came up to look for himself. By then, the flies had spread through the whole upstairs, and that heaviness was still there, pressing down on us. We tried opening windows to air it out, but the flies just kept coming in, like they were breeding in the walls. We ended up taking a break outside, sitting on the porch steps just to get away from it all. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the yard, and the air outside felt clean and normal. But I couldn't relax. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that bloody collar. Those symbols. My dad suggested we call it a day, come back tomorrow, but I didn't want to leave, not yet. There was this part of me that needed to know more, like if I walked away, I'd never figure out what was going on. So we went back in. And that's when things got weirder. We decided to check the basement, thinking maybe that's where the flies were coming from. The stairs down were rickety and the light bulb was burnt out, so we used our phone flashlights. The basement was damp and cold, with puddles on the floor from some leak, and the walls were covered in mold. But what caught my eye was a corner where the dirt floor was dug up like someone had been burying something. There were more flies down there, buzzing around that spot, and I swear I heard a low growl, like a dog. But when I shone my light, there was nothing there. My dad heard it too. He stopped dead in his tracks and grabbed my arm. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, and his voice was shaky for the first time. We didn't stick around to find out. We bolted back upstairs, and as we did, I felt this cold breath on the back of my neck, like someone was right behind me. I spun around, but no one was there. The flies were everywhere now, in every room, and the death smell had spread downstairs. We packed up our tools and got out of there fast, not saying much on the drive home. I kept looking back at the house in the rearview mirror, and it seemed to be watching us, those dark windows like eyes. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I drifted off, I'd jolt awake, thinking I heard flies buzzing or felt that heaviness again. The next day, we went back, determined to finish what we started. But it was like the house had changed overnight. More bats were in the windows, dead or dying, and the flies were still there, relentless. We ended up hiring an exterminator, but he said he'd never seen anything like it. The flies kept coming back no matter what he did. Over the next few months, we got the place fixed up, but tenants never stayed long. They'd sign a lease, move in, and within weeks, they'd be breaking it, complaining about noises, cold spots, that same heaviness. We started announcing ourselves every time we visited, just saying we're here out loud, like it would calm whatever was in there. It became a habit, something we did without thinking, and sometimes it felt like it helped. But other times it didn't make a difference. I never went back into that closet or the attic after that day. We eventually sold the house at a loss, and the new owners had the same problems. To this day, I don't know what those symbols meant or why that collar was bloody. I've looked into local legends, asked around, but no one knows anything about it. Sometimes I'll be in an old building and catch a whiff of that death smell, or see a fly buzzing too close, and my heart will start pounding all over again. It's like that day never really ended, like it's still happening somewhere in the back of my mind. I keep the collar in a box in my garage wrapped in cloth because I can't bring myself to throw it away, but I never touch it. Every now and then, I think about going back, trying to find answers, but I know I never will. Whatever was in that house, it's still there, waiting. Story 16. It was just an ordinary Tuesday afternoon when things started getting bad again. I remember because I'd just gotten home from a long shift at the diner, my feet aching, and all I wanted was to collapse on the couch for a few minutes of quiet. The house was a rental, a decent enough place for me and my daughter, but it always had this feeling, you know, not like a bad feeling, not at first, just heavy, like the air was thicker in some rooms. My daughter, she's 9, and my niece, who's 10, were in the living room, sprawled on the floor with coloring books. The TV was on for background noise. I dropped my bag by the door and sighed, heading for the kitchen to pour myself a glass of water. That's when the light above the sink flickered. Not a normal flicker, not like a bulb about to die. It was a fast, frantic stutter, like something was tapping the switch on and off. It lasted maybe 3 seconds and then stopped. I frowned at it but wrote it off. Old house, old wiring. What can you do? I went back to the living room and sank into my favorite corner of the couch, the one that's kind of molded to my shape. I closed my eyes for just a second, listening to the girls giggle about something, and then I heard it. A footstep, clear as day, from directly above us in the empty attic. My eyes snapped open. The girls had heard it too. They'd stopped coloring and were looking at the ceiling. What was that? My niece asked, her voice a little small. The house settling, I said automatically. It's what you say, but the house doesn't settle with a distinct weighty thump that sounds exactly like a person taking a single step. It was followed by another one, a little to the left. Then silence. We all just stared at the white ceiling, waiting. Nothing else happened. I tried to shake it off. Probably a squirrel on the roof, I told them, and they seemed to accept that, going back to their crayons, though a little more quietly. The next hour was normal. I started thinking about what to make for dinner. The remote for the TV was on the coffee table, right where I'd left it. I got up to go to the bathroom, and when I came back, the remote was on the floor, halfway under the couch. I sighed, figuring one of the girls had kicked it. I picked it up and put it back. Not 5 minutes later, I saw it happen. I was looking right at the coffee table, zoning out, and the remote just slid. It didn't fall off the edge. It was in the middle of the table, and it slid sideways all by itself, like an invisible hand had pushed it. It moved about 6 inches and stopped. I felt a cold little knot form in my stomach. I didn't say anything to the girls. What would I say? Hey kids, the remote's haunted? This is where I have to backtrack a little. My niece, she's always been sensitive to stuff. She's the one who, a few months back, told her mom, my sister, that a dark man from our house had followed her home. She said it stood in the corner of her bedroom at night and watched her sleep. My sister, who's more open to this kind of thing than I am, had the house blessed or something. I'd laughed it off at the time. Kids have active imaginations, but sitting there, watching that remote, I wasn't laughing anymore. The afternoon dragged on. The footsteps came back a few times, just single, isolated thumps that made us all jump. The lights in the hallway flickered once. The atmosphere in the house had completely changed. It wasn't heavy anymore. It was charged, like the air right before a lightning strike. The girls were getting visibly scared, huddling closer together on the floor. I tried to keep things light, suggesting we play a game, but my voice sounded fake even to me. Then, around 5 o'clock, it all came to a head. I was in the kitchen, pulling out stuff for spaghetti, and the girls were in the living room. I heard them stop talking. It was a sudden, complete silence that got my attention more than any noise. I poked my head out of the kitchen. They were both sitting bolt upright, staring down the short hallway that led to the garage door. "What is it?" I asked. My daughter turned to me, her face pale. "We heard Aunt Sarah." "Aunt Sarah is my sister. She wasn't due to come over for hours." "What do you mean you heard her?" My niece answered, her voice trembling. "She said our names." From the garage, a cold wave washed over me, from my head down to my feet. My mouth went dry. "What did she say?" "She whispered it," my daughter said. "She said daughter's name, niece's name." They said it in unison, their small voices barely audible. It was my sister's voice, they insisted. They knew her voice. It was a whisper, but it was her. I walked over to the hallway. The door to the garage is one of those cheap, hollow core doors with a flimsy lock. I just stood there looking at it. The garage is unfinished, concrete floor, exposed beams, full of boxes of my old junk and a deep, perpetual chill. I didn't want to open that door. I didn't want to know what was on the other side. But I'm the adult. I had to. "Stay here," I told them, and my voice was a lot steadier than I felt. I went to the kitchen first and grabbed the biggest, heaviest knife from the block. It felt ridiculous and dramatic, but my heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might crack one. I walked back to the hallway, the girls watching me with huge, terrified eyes. I put my hand on the doorknob. It was cold, colder than it should have been. I took a deep breath, turned the knob, and yanked the door open. The garage was dark and silent. The motion sensor light hadn't come on. I fumbled for the switch on the wall inside and flipped it. The single bare bulb in the center of the ceiling buzzed to life, casting long, distorted shadows from the stacks of boxes and the old water heater. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. Nothing was out of place. I took a step inside, the concrete freezing through my socks. I held the knife out in front of me, feeling like an idiot, but also completely terrified. I scanned the corners, the spaces behind the water heater, the dark gap under my old car. Nothing. "Hello?" I said, and my voice echoed flatly in the empty space. No answer, just the hum of the freezer in the corner. I was about to turn back to tell the girls it was just the wind or the house making a weird noise, when I felt it, a change in the air. It got colder, sharply colder, like I'd walked into a walk-in freezer. The little hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood straight up, and then I heard it. Not a whisper, not a voice. It was a breath, a long, slow, drawn-in breath from the darkest corner of the garage behind a tower of sealed cardboard boxes. It was a wet, rasping sound, like lungs that weren't quite right. It wasn't loud, but in the utter silence of that garage, it was the loudest thing I'd ever heard. I froze. My body locked up. I couldn't move my legs. I just stood there, gripping the knife, staring into that pool of black shadow between the boxes and the wall. I couldn't see anything. But I knew with a certainty that felt like a physical blow that something was standing there. Something was in that corner, and it had just breathed in, and then it breathed out. The exhale was a sigh, a soft, almost disappointed sound, and with it came a smell. It's a smell I'll never forget because it's not a smell you can place. It was like damp earth and old meat and something coppery like blood. It filled the small space, making me gag. That's when the motion sensor light finally decided to work. It flicked on with a loud click, flooding the garage with a harsh white light. The corner was empty. There was nothing there. No person, no animal, nothing. Just my dusty boxes and a cobweb swaying gently in a draft that shouldn't have existed. The smell vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. I stumbled backward out of the garage, slamming the door shut so hard the frame shook. I fumbled with the lock, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn the little latch. I leaned my back against the door, breathing in ragged gasps. The knife clattered to the floor. The girls were crying now, huddled together on the living room rug. I went to them, and pulled them into a hug, and we just sat there on the floor, holding each other. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't tell them everything was okay, because it wasn't. I had heard it too. I had smelled it. We didn't go into the garage for the rest of the night. We ended up ordering pizza and eating it on the living room floor, all the lights in the house blazing. We slept in my bed that night, all three of us, a tangled mess of limbs and fear. Every creak of the house, every rustle of the trees outside, made my heart leap into my throat. I didn't sleep. I just lay there in the dark, listening. The footsteps didn't come back that night. The lights didn't flicker. It was as if whatever it was had done what it wanted to do. It had gotten our attention. It had made itself known. The next morning, in the harsh light of day, things felt a little less terrifying. But the fear was still there, a low, constant hum under everything. I had to go to work. My sister came to pick up my niece. As my niece was putting her shoes on by the front door, she looked up at me, her face serious. "It's still here, you know," she said, her voice quiet. "What is, honey?" "The man from the corner," she said. "The one who smells bad. He's just waiting." She said it so matter-of-factly, like she was telling me it was going to rain. Then she walked out the door and got in her mom's car. I stood in the doorway, watching them drive away, and I felt that cold knot tighten in my stomach again. I looked back into my house. It looked just the same as it always had. The same couch, the same TV, the same coffee table where the remote still sat. But it wasn't the same. It would never be the same again, because now I knew. The garage wasn't empty. The house wasn't empty. It was just waiting. Story 17. I woke up that morning feeling off, like I hadn't slept well even though I'd gone to bed early. My shift started at 7 in the morning, and I dragged myself out of bed, grabbed a quick coffee and headed in. The facility is this old building that used to be a hospital decades ago, so it's got that creaky floorboards and drafty halls vibe. I've gotten used to it, but that day, the second I walked in, I felt this weird pressure in my chest. Not like I was sick, but like something was weighing on me. I brushed it off, thinking it was just one of those days. The morning was pretty normal at first. I did my rounds, checked on the residents, helped with breakfast for a few who needed it. Mrs. Gable in room 104 was her usual cheerful self, but Mr. Henderson in 112 seemed quieter than usual. He's one of the older guys, been here a while, and he's had some health issues lately. I didn't think much of it then, just figured he was having a rough day. But as the hours went on, I started noticing things. Little things, like how the door to the supply closet would be slightly ajar when I knew I'd closed it tight, or how a cup on the counter in the common area would shift an inch or two when no one was near it. At first, I thought it was just the building settling, or maybe my mind playing tricks on me because I was tired. Then, around 10 in the morning, I was walking down the hall toward the nurse's station, and I heard this soft whisper. It wasn't words, just a hushed sound, like someone sighing right behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there. The hall was empty, and the only noise was the hum of the air conditioner. My heart started beating faster, and I felt this cold prickle on the back of my neck. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was probably just the wind or something, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that I wasn't alone. As the day went on, it got worse. I was in room 120 with Mrs. Petrov, helping her with her meds, when the door to her bathroom creaked open slowly. Not all the way, just enough that I could see it moving. I froze for a second, thinking maybe she'd gotten up, but she was still sitting in her chair, dozing off. I went over and closed it, but my hands were trembling. I could feel this presence, like someone was standing right behind me, watching. It wasn't scary in a jump scare way, more like this deep, unsettling feeling that something was about to happen. Lunchtime came and went, and I was in the break room trying to eat my sandwich, but I couldn't focus. Every time I looked up, I'd catch a movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadow darting past the doorway, or a curtain swaying when there was no breeze. I've worked here long enough to know the usual sounds. The clock ticking, the faint TV noise from rooms, the occasional cough or call for help. But this was different. It was like the air itself was alive and it was waiting for something. Around 2 in the afternoon, I was checking on Mr. Henderson again. He was lying in bed, his breathing a little shallow, and I sat with him for a bit, just to make sure he was comfortable. That's when I felt it, this cold spot right next to his bed. The room wasn't particularly cold, but in that one area, it was like stepping into a freezer. I shivered and rubbed my arms, and for a second, I thought I saw a faint shimmer in the air, like heat haze, but cold. Mr. Henderson stirred and mumbled something I couldn't understand, and I got this overwhelming sense that he wasn't alone. Not in a bad way, but like there was someone else there with him, keeping him company. I left the room feeling uneasy, and that's when the real weirdness started. I was walking back to the nurse's station, and I passed the door to the empty room at the end of the hall, room 130. It's usually locked because it's used for storage. But as I walked by, I heard the doorknob jiggle. I stopped and looked, and the door creaked open just a crack, then swung shut with a soft click. My breath caught in my throat. I stood there for what felt like forever, staring at that door, waiting for it to move again. But it didn't. I forced myself to walk over and try the handle. It was locked tight. How could it have opened and closed like that? There was no one around, no draft, nothing. The rest of the afternoon was a blur of small, eerie moments. I'd be filling out paperwork and hear footsteps in the hall, but when I looked, no one was there. Or I'd feel a hand on my shoulder, light and gentle. But when I turned, empty space. Each time, my skin would crawl, and I'd have to take a deep breath to calm down. I started connecting the dots in my head. I'd noticed this pattern before. These little signs always seemed to happen right before one of the residents passed away. It wasn't every time, but often enough that I'd begun to wonder if I was sensing something. I'd read about psychopomps online, spirits that guide souls to the afterlife, and the idea stuck with me. Maybe that's what this was. Not ghosts trying to scare us, but something kinder, helping people move on. As evening approached, the feeling intensified. I was supposed to clock out at 3 in the afternoon, but I stayed a bit longer because one of the other aides called in sick, and they needed coverage. I didn't mind. It kept me busy. And honestly, I was a little afraid to go home and be alone with my thoughts. Around 4, I was in the common area, straightening up the chairs, when I heard that whisper again. This time it was clearer, like a soft voice saying, "It's time." I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs. I looked around, but the room was empty except for me. The TV was off, and the only light came from the dim lamps. I could feel my palms sweating, and I had this urge to run, but I forced myself to stay put. That's when I remembered Mr. Henderson. I hurried back to his room, and as I approached, I saw his door was slightly open. I'd made sure it was closed earlier. I pushed it open slowly, and the room was dark except for the nightlight by his bed. He was lying there, his eyes closed, breathing slowly. But then I saw it. In the corner of the room near the window, there was a shadow that didn't look right. It was shaped almost like a person, but fuzzy, like it wasn't fully there. I stood in the doorway, unable to move, and watched as it seemed to glide toward the bed. My throat felt tight, and I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. This wasn't like the other times. This felt more real, more intense. I didn't want to disturb whatever was happening, so I backed out slowly and closed the door. I leaned against the wall in the hall, trying to catch my breath. That's when the terror moment hit. The door to room 130 down the hall creaked open again. This time, it swung wide open like someone had pulled it hard, and then it slammed shut with a bang that echoed through the hallway. I jumped, my whole body tensing up. I stared at that door, half expecting to see someone come out, but nothing happened. The hall was silent again. too silent. I could feel tears pricking at my eyes, not from fear exactly, but from this overwhelming sense that I was witnessing something I wasn't supposed to see. I went back to the nurse's station and sat down, my hands shaking as I tried to write in the log. A few minutes later, one of the other nurses came by and told me that Mr. Henderson had passed away peacefully in his sleep. She said it happened around 4:30, which was right around the time I saw that shadow in his room. I didn't say anything to her about what I'd seen or felt. I just nodded and helped with the paperwork. But inside, I knew. All those little things, the whispers, the moving doors, the cold spots, they were connected. They were signs that the psychopomps were here, guiding him away. After my shift ended, I drove home in a daze. The whole way, I kept thinking about it. I've never been a superstitious person, but this felt too real to ignore. It's not that it was terrifying in a horror movie way. It was more like this deep, unsettling awe, like I'd been let in on a secret that most people don't get to see. Even now, weeks later, I can still feel that cold spot in Mr. Henderson's room, or hear that door creaking open when no one's there. I don't think these spirits are malevolent. If anything, they seem gentle, almost comforting, but it's the not knowing that gets to me. Why me? Why did I sense them? And what does it mean that I can feel them before someone dies? I've talked to a couple of co-workers about it in vague terms, and some of them have noticed things too, but no one wants to dwell on it. We all just go about our jobs, helping the residents as best we can. But every time I walk down that hall now, I can't help but glance at room 130, half expecting the door to move. And sometimes, in the quiet moments, I'll feel that presence again, like a soft breath on my neck, and I'll know that they're still here, waiting for the next one. It's not something I can explain, and I doubt I ever will. Story 18. I must have fallen asleep on the couch at some point, because the next thing I knew I was in a nightmare, but it wasn't a normal nightmare. It was one of those night terrors, the kind where you're half awake and you can't move. I was in my bed, or I thought I was, and I could feel this pressure on my chest, like someone was sitting on me. I couldn't open my eyes, but I could feel him in the room. My dad. It was a cold feeling, a sort of staticky presence, and in that half-dream state, I felt a hand on my forehead. It was ice-cold and dry like paper. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. I just lay there, trapped, feeling this cold hand on my skin. Then I woke up for real. I jerked upright on the couch, gasping. The living room was dark, just the faint blue light from the TV standby button. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would crack them. The feeling of that cold hand was still on my forehead, a phantom chill. I rubbed at my skin, but the cold was inside, not on the surface. I was drenched in a cold sweat, my t-shirt sticking to my back. This was maybe 2 in the morning. The house was dead quiet, too quiet. You know how sometimes a house has its own little noises? The fridge humming, the floorboards settling? There was none of that. It was a swallowed silence, like the house was holding its breath. I felt this overwhelming need to just say something, to him, to the air. I didn't know what I believed about spirits or anything, but in that moment, sitting alone in the dark, the memory of that cold hand was so real. My voice came out as a croak. Dad? If that's you, please, just give me a sign. Something small. Let me know you're okay. I held my breath, listening. For a full minute, nothing. Just that awful, heavy silence. I was about to write it off as stress, grief, my mind playing tricks, when I heard it. A soft creak from the hallway, not a loud groan, but a single precise sound. The kind of sound the floorboard by the bathroom door makes when you step on it just right. A specific board I'd been meaning to fix for months. My eyes snapped towards the dark hallway. Nothing was there. Then, a wave of cold air washed over me. It wasn't the draft from a window, All the windows were shut tight. This was a concentrated pocket of cold, like walking into a meat locker. It passed right through me, raising every hair on my arms and the back of my neck. I shivered, pulling my knees up to my chest on the couch. As I did, the small table lamp on the end table next to me just went out. It didn't flicker. It didn't pop. The switch was still in the on position, but the light was just gone. The room got a little darker. My heart was in my throat. This was too much. 3 things, one after the other. The floorboard, the cold, the light. I was terrified, but a weird, desperate part of me was also relieved. It felt like an answer. A terrifying, chilling answer, but an answer nonetheless. "Was that you?" I whispered into the dark. My voice was trembling. From the kitchen, 3 distinct knocks answered me. Tap, tap, tap. Sharp and clear, like someone rapping their knuckles on the wooden table. It wasn't a pipe. It wasn't the house settling. It was an intelligent sound. A reply. I scrambled for my laptop, my hands shaking so bad I could barely type my password. I opened Discord. My friend Mark was online. He's into all this paranormal stuff, reads about rituals and hauntings for fun. I started typing, my fingers stumbling over the keys. Me. "Mark, are you there? Something is happening in my house. My dad just died tonight." He replied instantly. "Mark, what's going on? Are you okay?" I typed it all out. The nightmare, the cold hand, the floorboard, the lamp, the knocks. I told him I was freaking out, that I didn't know what to do. He took it seriously, which I was grateful for. He didn't tell me I was crazy. "Mark, it sounds like he's restless. He might not know he's passed or he's trying to communicate. This can sometimes turn negative. We should try to help him move on. I can talk you through a banishment ritual. It's not dark magic. It's just about setting boundaries, creating a protected space. It uses prayer." I was willing to try anything. The air in the house felt charged now, hostile. That initial feeling of a heavy silence had been replaced by a feeling of being watched. I could feel eyes on the back of my neck. He told me what I needed. A cross. I didn't have a real one, so I grabbed 2 chopsticks from a takeout drawer and tied them together with a rubber band. It felt stupid and desperate, but it was the best I could do. Salt. I had a box of table salt. And water. I mixed the salt and water in a mug, stirring it with my finger. He said the intention was what mattered. "Okay," I typed. "I'm ready. What do I do?" "We're going to do it together," he wrote. "I'll type the Latin prayers. You say them out loud. Walk through the house starting from where you are. Sprinkle the salt water in the corners of each room. Hold the cross out in front of you. Be firm. Tell him he's not welcome here anymore, that he needs to go towards the light." I took a deep, shaky breath. I picked up the mug of salt water and the stupid chopstick cross. My phone was in my pocket, the Discord chat open so I could read his messages as I walked. I started in the living room. "Okay, I'm starting," I said, my voice sounding thin and weak in the dark. Mark's first message appeared. "Sancte Michael Arcangele, defende nos in proelio." I began to recite it. "Sancte Michael Arcangele, defende nos in proelio." I didn't know what the words meant, but Mark said it was a prayer to St. Michael. I walked towards the hallway, dipping my fingers in the mug and flicking the salt water into the corners. The second my fingers left the water, I felt the temperature drop again, right around me, like I was walking in my own personal bubble of winter. I kept chanting, my voice gaining a little strength. I reached the hallway. "Contra nequitiam et insidias diaboli esto presidium." As I said the word presidium, the top drawer of the small console table in the hallway slid shut with a sharp, definitive thud. It hadn't been open. I know it hadn't been open. I'd walked past it 3 times since I woke up. It was a heavy, solid wood drawer, and it moved on its own, fast and angry. I froze, my heart seizing in my chest. "It just closed," I whispered hoarsely, more to myself than to Mark. The drawer. "Keep going," he typed. "Don't stop." Don't show fear. I forced my legs to move, continuing down the hall towards the kitchen, my chant turning into a frantic mumble. I held the chopstick cross out in front of me like a shield. I stepped into the kitchen doorway, and that's when the cable for the landline phone, which was coiled neatly on the counter, was pulled. I saw it happen. One end of the coil just lifted into the air, as if by an invisible finger, and then it was yanked, sending the whole phone set clattering to the floor. The plastic casing cracked loudly in the silence. I gasped, stumbling back a step. My chanting stopped. This wasn't just noises anymore. This was physical. Objects were moving. "Keep going!" Mark's message was in all caps. "Say the words. Tell him to leave." Tears were streaming down my face now, hot and fast, mixing with the cold sweat. I was so scared I could taste it, a metallic fear at the back of my tongue. I started the prayer again, my voice cracking. Imperit illi Deus, supplices deprecamur. I took a step into the kitchen, flicking salt water towards the pantry door. As I did, the pantry door itself, a heavy, louvered thing, slammed shut with a force that shook the whole wall. The sound was explosive, a final violent period to the sentence of terror it was writing in my house. I screamed. I couldn't help it. A short, sharp scream of pure, undiluted panic. I dropped the mug. It shattered on the kitchen tiles, salt water and ceramic shards spraying everywhere. I was sobbing now, hugging myself, the makeshift cross dangling uselessly from my hand. The house felt like it was alive, and it was furious. I backed away from the kitchen into the dining room, which was open to the living room. I had a stick of incense burning on a plate on the coffee table, something I'd lit earlier just for the smell. As I watched, the thin, steady line of smoke rising from the tip just died. It didn't fade. It was there, and then it wasn't. The ember at the end went from a glowing red to a dead black speck in less than a second, snuffed out, like an invisible thumb had pressed down on it. Then I heard the taps. Tap, tap, tap. It was a slow, deliberate sound, moving around the perimeter of the open-plan room. It wasn't on the walls, it was in the middle of the room. It would be near the bookshelf, then a second later, over by the TV stand, then behind the armchair. It was circling me. A slow, predatory tapping, like it was measuring me up. That was the breaking point. The intelligence behind that sound, the clear, malicious intent of it, shattered whatever bravery I had left. This wasn't my dad saying hello. This was something else, something angry and trapped. I fell to my knees on the rug, my whole body shaking uncontrollably. I dropped the chopstick cross and covered my face with my hands. "I'm sorry," I cried out, my voice raw and broken. "Dad, I'm so sorry for everything. I'm sorry we didn't talk more. I'm sorry I wasn't there at the end. I'm sorry for any time I was angry or said something I didn't mean. Please, please, you have to go. You have to be at peace. I forgive you. For anything you ever did, I forgive you. Please, just go. Please, just leave me alone." I kept repeating it. "I forgive you. I forgive you. Please go." I was begging, snot and tears covering my face. I don't know how long I knelt there saying those words over and over, a desperate mantra. And slowly, so slowly, I almost didn't notice it at first, the heaviness began to lift. The feeling of being watched faded. The oppressive cold in the air seemed to retreat, pulling back from me like a tide. The tapping stopped. The silence that returned wasn't the terrifying swallowed silence from before. It was just silence. Normal, empty, house at night silence. I stayed on my knees for a long time until my legs were numb and the first grey light of dawn started to filter through the blinds. I finally pushed myself up, my body aching as if I'd been in a fight. The house was quiet, just quiet. I spent the next hour cleaning up the broken mug, my movements slow and robotic. The drawer in the hallway was still shut. The phone was on the floor. The pantry door was closed. The incense was cold. Everything was just as it was. But the feeling was gone. The house is quiet now. It's been quiet since that night, but I can't forget it. I can't forget the feeling of that cold hand on my forehead in the dream. I can't forget the sight of that phone cord being pulled by nothing. I can't forget the sound of that door slamming, or the way the incense was snuffed out. Most of all, I can't forget the cold. A cold that didn't come from the air, but from something else, something that was here in this house with me on the night my father died. And sometimes late at night, I'll just stop whatever I'm doing and listen, waiting for a sound I hope I never hear again. Story 19. The day everything went completely off the rails started like any other. I woke up around 7 in the morning, the sun already beating down through the blinds, casting these long, weird shadows across my room. The air felt heavy, like it does before a storm, but the sky was clear. I remember stretching and feeling this knot in my stomach, like something was off, but I brushed it off as leftover anxiety from the hurricane. We'd only been in the house for a couple of weeks, and little things had been creeping me out. Footsteps in the hall at night, doors creaking open on their own. But I kept telling myself it was just the house settling, or my imagination. I got up and headed to the bathroom, which was right across from my sister's room. The hallway always felt colder than the rest of the house, no matter how high we cranked the AC. That morning, as I shuffled toward the bathroom, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a pale white shape hovering between the bathroom door and my sister's. It was there for just a second, like a blurry figure, and then it was gone. My heart jumped into my throat, and I froze, my hand on the doorknob. I didn't scream or anything, it was more like this cold dread washed over me. I'd seen it before a few times at night, always in that same spot, and I'd gotten into the habit of avoiding that area after dark. But seeing it in broad daylight, that was new. I took a deep breath, told myself it was just the light playing tricks, and went into the bathroom. After I finished up, I went downstairs to the kitchen to make some coffee. My mom was already there, sipping tea and staring out the window. She looked tired, like she hadn't slept well. "You hear anything last night?" she asked, her voice low. I shook my head, but I knew what she meant. My sister had been complaining about hearing kids playing in the hallway at night, like actual laughter and running footsteps. We'd all heard it a few times, but we never talked about it much. It was easier to pretend it wasn't happening. I started making breakfast, cracking eggs into a bowl, and that's when the first really bizarre thing happened. I had this bottle of dish soap on the counter, and I'd squeezed some into the sink to wash a pan. The foam was just sitting there, all bubbly and white, and I turned away for a second to grab a towel. When I looked back, the foam had shifted. It wasn't just random bubbles anymore. It had formed this clear, detailed face, like a devil or something, with horns and a twisted smile. I swear my blood ran cold. Blood ran. I stood there staring at it, my hands shaking, and then I reached out and swiped my hand through it, scattering the bubbles. But for a second, it felt like those eyes were staring right at me. I didn't say anything to my mom. She was already on edge, and I didn't want to freak her out more. The morning dragged on, and I tried to distract myself by cleaning up. Around 10 o'clock, I went back upstairs to take a shower. The bathroom still gave me the creeps after seeing that figure earlier. I locked the door behind me, something I never used to do, and started the water. As I was undressing, I felt this sudden cold breath on the back of my neck, like someone was standing right behind me, breathing down my shirt. I spun around, but there was no one there. The room was empty, just steam starting to fog up the mirror. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and I had to lean against the sink to steady myself. I finished my shower in record time, keeping my back to the wall the whole time. Later that afternoon, my friend Sarah came over to hang out. She lived a few blocks away, and we'd been spending a lot of time together since we moved. I told her about the weird stuff that had been happening, and she just laughed it off at first. "You're just stressed from the move," she said. But then she suggested we go to her place for a while to get out of the house. I was relieved. Anything to escape that feeling of being watched. We walked over to her house, and it was a normal, sunny day. Kids playing in the street, dogs barking. Her place was smaller than ours, but it felt safe. We decided to set up an air mattress in her living room so we could watch movies later. Her living room is on the second floor, and we dragged the mattress out of a closet and started inflating it. Everything was fine until we left it for a minute to get snacks from the kitchen. We heard this loud thumping noise from upstairs, and when we ran back, the air mattress was gone. We found it at the bottom of the staircase, rolled up like someone had pushed it down. No one else was home, and the stairs are steep. There's no way it just slid down on its own. Sarah's face went pale and she muttered, "Okay, that's weird." But the freakiest part was still to come. We were sitting in her room trying to laugh it off when I whistled a tune from some commercial that had been stuck in my head. As soon as I stopped, we both heard it, a faint whistle echoing back from the hallway, like someone was mimicking me. It wasn't Sarah. She was sitting right next to me, her eyes wide. We didn't say anything for a minute, just stared at each other. Then she whispered, "Let's go back to your place." I didn't want to, but I didn't know what else to do. When we got back to my house, it was already getting dark. The atmosphere felt heavier, like the air was thick with something I couldn't see. My sister was in her room with my niece, and I could hear them talking quietly. I went up to check on them, and my sister looked scared. She told me that earlier, while I was out, she'd seen something outside her window. A man with 3 heads, just standing there in the backyard, staring up at her. She said it was shadowy, like a silhouette, but she could make out the shapes clear as day. She'd slammed the curtains shut and hadn't looked out since. My niece, who's only 4, was sitting on the bed, pointing at the corner of the room and saying, "The tall man is here." There was nothing there, but she kept insisting, her little finger trembling. By this point, I was feeling downright panicky. We all gathered in the living room, me, my mum, my sister, Sarah, and my niece. We were trying to act normal, watching TV, but no one was really paying attention. The room felt cold, and every little noise made us jump. Around 9 o'clock, my mum decided to make some tea to calm our nerves. She went into the kitchen, and we heard her gasp. We all rushed in, and she was standing by the stove, her hand over her mouth. She said she'd seen an old man in the reflection of the microwave door, a face she didn't recognize, with wild eyes and a snarling mouth. She turned around, but no one was there. That's when it happened. We were all standing in the kitchen, huddled together, and out of nowhere this scream ripped through the house. It wasn't coming from any of us. It was this raw, angry shout that seemed to come from everywhere at once. A man's voice, old and raspy, yelling, "Get out! Get out now!" It was so loud it felt like the walls were vibrating. My niece started crying, and my mom grabbed her, her face white as a sheet. We didn't wait. We just ran. We grabbed our purses and keys and bolted out the front door, piling into the car. We drove to a motel and spent the night there, too scared to go back. The next day, we went back to get our things, and we moved out within the week. We never found out who that old man was or what he wanted. Later, we talked to some friends in the area, and a couple of them said they'd had similar experiences in their houses. Weird noises, shadows, things moving on their own. One guy even said he'd seen a white figure in his hallway too, but we never got any answers. To this day, I can't explain any of it. I just know that for one long, terrifying day, that house in Humble felt like it was alive, and it wanted us gone. Story 20. I was 19, and I'd gotten a job at this 24-hour convenience store a few towns over from where I lived. It was the mid-90s, so the pay was crap, but it was cash in hand, and it meant I could afford to keep my beat-up old car on the road. The place was called Super Saver, which was a joke, because nothing in it was super or a saving. It was just a long, narrow box of a building stuck on the corner of a quiet intersection. Surrounded by nothing but woods, on two sides. At night, it felt like a lit-up fishbowl in the middle of a vast, dark ocean. The owner was this older guy, Mr. Anello. Nice enough, but quiet, with this permanent tired look in his eyes. His son, Mark, sometimes worked the day shift. I only ever saw him in passing when our shifts overlapped for a few minutes. He was a big guy, friendly, but he had this weird habit of always looking over his shoulder, like he was checking the corners of the store. I never thought much of it. You work in a place long enough, you get your own little quirks. My shift was the graveyard. 11 at night until 7 in the morning. I didn't mind it at first. It was peaceful. I'd stock the shelves, mop the floor, and maybe see 3 or 4 customers all night. Most of the time it was just me, the hum of the fluorescent lights and the low drone of the coolers at the back. I'd bring my Walkman and listen to tapes just to break the silence. The first thing that happened was so small, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. It was probably my 2nd or 3rd week on the job. I was down on my knees, trying to wrestle a box of toilet paper onto the bottom shelf in the back aisle. The air was always colder back there, near the dairy coolers, but I was used to it. As I was shoving the last few rolls into place, I felt a sharp poke in the middle of my back. Not a tap, a poke, like someone had jabbed me hard with a single finger. I spun around so fast I almost fell over. The aisle was empty. The store was silent. The little bell on the front door hadn't made a sound. My heart was hammering. I stood up and walked the length of the store, checking behind every rack. Nothing. The front doors were locked. I was the only person in there. I told myself it was a muscle spasm, a weird nerve thing. I went back to work, but I kept my back to the shelves for the rest of the night. A few nights later, it was a kick. I was standing at the counter, writing the date on a pack of hot dog buns with a marker. I was leaning forward, my weight on one leg. I felt a solid, unmistakable thump against the back of my other leg, right in the calf. It wasn't hard enough to make me stumble, but it was firm, deliberate, like a kid trying to get your attention. The breath froze in my lungs. I didn't want to turn around. I just stood there, marker poised over the bun package, listening. The only sound was the hum of the lights. Slowly, I forced myself to look. There was nothing behind me but the faded poster for the state lottery. That's when the cold spots started. You'd be walking from the chip aisle toward the coolers and suddenly walk through a pocket of air so cold it made the hairs on your arms stand up. It wasn't a draft. The front door was sealed shut and the back door to the stockroom was always closed. This was a patch of cold that just hung in the air, motionless. I'd walk through it and my skin would prickle with goosebumps. It felt like walking through a ghost. I guess that's exactly what it was. The coolers were the worst. They were these big glass doors along the back wall, filled with milk and soda and beer. At night, when the store was dark except for the lights over the counter, they became mirrors. I'd see things in them, not full-bodied figures, nothing that clear. It was always in the periphery, a dark shape moving behind me when I knew there was nothing there. A flicker of someone standing at the end of an aisle, but when I'd snap my head to look, the aisle was empty and the reflection would be gone. It got to the point where I couldn't look at the coolers for too long. I'd just keep my head down and try to feel like I wasn't being watched from a dozen different glassy angles. Then there was the whistling. I never heard it myself, but Brenda, who worked the morning shift after me, mentioned it once. She said sometimes when she came in to open up, she'd hear a faint, tuneless whistling coming from the back stockroom. She said it sounded sad, and another guy, Dave, said he'd heard what sounded like a woman crying softly near the beer cave. I laughed it off with them, called it the wind in the vents, but inside my stomach was turning to ice. It was all adding up and none of it was good. The real terror, the thing that still wakes me up sometimes, happened with the bagel knife. We had this little station near the coffee pots where we'd prep bagels for people in the morning. There was a thick, heavy wooden cutting board and this big serrated knife with a yellow handle. It was a beast of a knife. You had to really put some muscle into it to slice a frozen bagel. I'd clean the station every night around 2 in the morning, wiping down the board and washing the knife before putting it back on the little wooden rack next to the toaster. This one night, I'd just finished cleaning it. I dried the knife off, placed it on the rack with the blade pointing toward the wall, and turned around to empty the dirty wash water in the sink behind the counter. The sink was maybe 10 feet away. As I was pouring the water out, I heard a sound from the bagel station, a slow, scraping drag. I turned around. The knife was no longer on the rack. My eyes dropped to the cutting board. The knife was lying there diagonally across the wood, its yellow handle stark against the dark surface. The blade was now pointing out toward the store. I hadn't put it there. I had just placed it on the rack. I was the only one in the building. I remember my mouth went completely dry. I couldn't move. I just stared at that knife, my brain screaming at me that this was impossible. And then it moved again. It didn't jump or fly, it slid. It dragged itself with a gritty, scraping sound across the wooden cutting board. It moved about 6 inches in a slow, deliberate arc, like the hand holding it was too weak to lift it. The sound was awful. It was the sound of metal teeth grinding on wood. I made a noise. I don't even know what it was. A choked gasp. I backed away, my hip hitting the edge of the counter hard. I couldn't take my eyes off the knife. It was just lying there again, still. But it had moved. I had seen it. I had heard it. That was the moment the last bit of rational explanation left me. This wasn't a draft or a trick of the light. Something in this store could interact with the physical world. Something could move things. I didn't go near the bagel station for the rest of the night. I stayed behind the counter, my back to the wall, watching the aisles and the coolers. Every shadow seemed to twitch. Every normal sound of the building settling became a footstep, a breath. I was a nervous wreck by the time the sun came up. The next afternoon, I came in for my shift a little early. Mr. Anello was there, counting the till from the day shift. Mark was with him, hauling a dolly of soda syrup boxes into the back. I must have looked like hell, because Mr. Anello asked me if I was feeling okay. I don't know what came over me. The words just tumbled out. I told him I thought the store was haunted. I didn't mention the knife. That sounded too crazy. But I told him about the pokes, the kicks, the cold spots, the things in the cooler reflections. Mr. Anello got very quiet. He looked over at Mark, who had stopped what he was doing and was just standing there, his face pale. Mark walked over and leaned on the counter. He looked exhausted, like he was carrying a weight he'd been holding for a long time. "Look," he said, his voice low. "I never told any of the night guys this because I didn't want to scare anyone off, but you're not the first to notice stuff." He took a deep breath. "About 5 years ago, there was a bad accident, right out there at the intersection." He pointed towards the front doors. "Some guy, he was driving too fast, lost control, and plowed right into the phone pole. The car, it crumpled. The steering wheel and the dashboard just crushed into him. The paramedic said he didn't die from the impact. He suffocated. His esophagus was crushed. He couldn't breathe. He died right there on the pavement, just outside." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the store's cold spots. I just stared at him. Mark continued, his eyes distant. "And his girlfriend was in the passenger seat. She was hurt bad, but she was conscious. She saw the whole thing. She saw him struggling, trying to breathe, turning blue. She was screaming for him, telling him to hang on, that he was going to be okay. She kept saying it over and over until the ambulance took her away. He died, hearing her voice." A heavy silence fell over the store. The hum of the lights seemed louder. Something clicked into place in my head. The crying Brenda heard. The suffocation. The physical touches, the pokes and kicks, like someone trying to get your attention, trying to tell you something. A man who couldn't breathe. I didn't plan what I said next. It just came out, quiet but clear. I looked toward the coolers. toward the spot where I'd felt so many of those cold touches, and I said, "She's okay. She lived. She's okay." I don't know why I said it. It felt like the right thing, the only thing. Mark and his father just looked at me. Nobody said anything for a full minute. Then Mr. Anello just nodded slowly and went back to counting the money. That night, my shift was different. The store felt lighter. The air wasn't so heavy. I still felt watched, but it wasn't a malevolent feeling anymore. It was just a presence, a quiet one. I didn't get poked or kicked. The cold spots were gone. When I cleaned the bagel station, my hands were shaking as I washed the yellow-handled knife. I placed it back on the rack and watched it for a full 5 minutes. It didn't move. Things were calmer after that. The store never felt completely normal. It always had a weird energy. But the active, scary stuff stopped. The whistling and crying stopped. The knife stayed put. But I'll never forget the feeling of that kick on my leg. The sight of that bagel knife scraping its way across the cutting board, all on its own. I'll never forget the sheer, gut-wrenching terror of knowing that something you can't see, can't understand, is right there with you, able to touch you. It's a feeling that strips away all your comfort, all your sense of safety. It makes the world a much stranger and more frightening place. And sometimes, even now, when I'm alone in a quiet room, I find myself checking the reflections in the windows just to make sure I'm still the only one there. Story 21. I started my shift like always around 11 at night. The data center is located on the outskirts of town, surrounded by nothing but fields and the occasional truck passing by on the highway. I don't mind the isolation. In fact, I kind of prefer it. There's something peaceful about being alone with all that technology, knowing you're keeping things running smoothly. My job is simple. Patrol the halls, check the server rooms for any alerts or issues, and make sure no one's where they shouldn't be. It's mostly routine, and I've walked these corridors so many times I could do it with my eyes closed. That particular night, I was in hallway B on the second floor. It's one of the older sections, with slightly dimmer lighting and a colder feel to the air, even on a normal day. I remember glancing at my watch. It was just past 3 in the morning. I'd already done a couple rounds, and everything was fine. The hum was there, steady and loud, and the lights were all on, casting that familiar pale glow on the white walls and grey floor tiles. I was thinking about nothing in particular. Maybe what I'd have for breakfast when I got home. When it happened, the hum stopped. It didn't fade away or sputter out, it just cut off, like someone had yanked a plug. 1 second the air was filled with that familiar vibration, and the next, there was nothing. Absolute silence. I froze mid-step, my ears ringing from the sudden absence of sound. I looked around, expecting to see lights flickering or something, but everything was still lit up. That's when I noticed the cold. The air had been cool before, typical for a server room, but now it was biting, like I'd stepped into a walk-in freezer. I wrapped my arms around myself, my breath misting in front of my face. My skin started to prickle, the hairs on my arms standing up. It felt like I was being watched, and not in a casual way, more like something was focusing on me, intent and heavy. I called out, "Hello?" My voice echoed down the hallway, but it sounded thin and weak in the silence. No one answered. Of course, no one should have been there. I was alone on this shift. But the feeling didn't go away. It got stronger, like a weight pressing down on my chest. I took a step forward, my shoes squeaking on the tile, and that's when I felt it. A cold draft brushing past me, so sharp it made me shiver. It came out of nowhere, like a gust of wind in an enclosed space, and it carried this weird smell, kind of metallic and stale, like old dust and ozone. Then I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, a dark shadow materialized against the far wall. But it wasn't just a shadow. It was darker than the dark around it, like a blot of ink that swallowed the light. It didn't have a shape I could recognize, just a mass of blackness that seemed to ripple and shift. For a second it stayed still, and I could feel my heart hammering in my throat. I couldn't move, couldn't look away. Then it darted, fast and fluid, down the hall and vanished around the corner. It didn't run or walk, it just glided, like it was part of the air itself. Terror hit me like a physical blow. My legs felt weak, and I stumbled back, my back hitting the wall. I don't know how long I stood there, maybe a few seconds, but it felt like forever. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. Was it a trick of the light? My imagination? But the cold was real, the silence was real, and that feeling of being watched was still there, stronger than ever. I finally pushed myself away from the wall and started running. I didn't think about my job or locking up. I just bolted for the stairs. The hallway seemed longer than usual, the lights flickering as I ran. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and loud, and the sound of my footsteps echoing like gunshots. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if it was following me. I made it to the stairwell, taking the steps 2 at a time, my hands slipping on the railing. The main floor was just as silent, and I sprinted across the lobby, fumbling for my keys. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the car door open. I jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine. I didn't even buckle my seatbelt. I just slammed the car into gear and peeled out of the parking lot. The drive home was a blur. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that shadow in the back seat or something chasing me on the road. The streets were empty, just streetlights and the occasional cat crossing the road. I made it home in record time, my heart still pounding. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat on my couch with all the lights on, staring at the wall. Every little noise made me jump, the fridge humming, a car passing outside, even the wind rustling the trees. I felt like I was losing my mind. The next morning I called in sick. I didn't tell them what happened, I just said I wasn't feeling well. I ended up taking the whole week off. I saw a therapist because I couldn't shake the fear. She told me it might have been stress or a hallucination from lack of sleep. But I know what I saw. A few days later, I talked to one of my co-workers, a guy who's been there longer than me. I didn't give him details, just asked if he'd ever felt anything weird in hallway B. He got quiet for a minute, then told me he's had similar experiences, always in that same hallway, and always preceded by strange noises, like whispers or footsteps when no one's there. He said he avoids that area now if he can help it. I used to be a skeptic. I never believed in ghosts or shadows or any of that stuff. But that night changed me. It's been years, and I still have nightmares about it. Sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I get that same feeling of being watched, and my skin prickles like it did then. I don't work there anymore. I quit a few months after it happened. But I'll never forget that shadow, how it moved, how it felt. I have no explanation for it, and I doubt I ever will. It's just there in the back of my mind, haunting me. Story 22. That's when the dream started. Except, it didn't feel like a dream. It felt more real than the bed I was lying in. I was just there. No transition, no weird fade-in. One second I was in the dark of my room. The next I was standing on the bank of a river. The air was clean, like after a heavy rain, but there was no smell of wet earth or anything. It was just clean. The light was the first thing that got me. It wasn't sunlight, not really. There was no sun in the sky, no clouds either. The whole sky was just this soft, glowing white, like the whole world was inside a giant lampshade. It wasn't bright enough to hurt your eyes, but it cast no shadows, none at all. That's a weird thing to see, a world with no shadows. It makes everything feel flat and real at the same time, like a picture that's come to life. The river was right in front of me, maybe 10 paces away. It was wide and moved slow, but it was perfectly clear. I could see right down to the bottom, which was just smooth, pale stones. The water made no sound, not a gurgle, not a splash. It just slid past, silent as glass. And on the other side of the river, that's where the trees were. A whole forest of them, stretching back as far as I could see. They were tall, with bark the color of old bone, and they had no leaves. Not a single one. They weren't dead, though. They didn't feel dead. They just were. It was peaceful, but in a heavy way. A quiet that felt like it was pressing in on my ears. And then I saw him. My aunt's husband, Frank. He died about 5 years ago from pancreatic cancer. It was quick and it was brutal. He was a big guy, a mechanic, always had grease under his fingernails and a joke on his lips. The man I saw across the river was Frank, but it was Frank from 20 years ago. No gauntness from the sickness, no pain in his eyes. He was wearing his old denim work shirt, the one he always had on when he was tinkering with his car in the driveway. He looked solid, real. He smiled at me, a slow, easy smile I hadn't seen in a long, long time. He didn't speak, but I heard him, not in my ears, but right inside my head. It's hard to explain. It was like the words just appeared, fully formed. "It's good here," he said, or thought, or whatever. "This is my place." I just stood there, my feet sinking a little into the soft greyish grass by the riverbank. I tried to ask him where here was, but I couldn't form the words. My voice was gone. He just kept smiling, and he gestured with his hand, a slow sweep taking in the silent river, the leafless trees, the shadowless light. "It's quiet. No more pain. Just this." I felt a warmth then, a deep, comforting feeling that started in my chest and spread out to my fingers and toes. It was a feeling of absolute peace. It was so strong it was almost overwhelming. I looked at the river, and for a second I felt a pull, a desire to step into that clear, silent water and just let it carry me. It felt like the most natural thing in the world. And then I saw the other one. Further down the riverbank, maybe 50 yards away, standing perfectly still between two of those pale, leafless trees, was a figure. It was tall and thin, and it was white. Not wearing white, but made of white, like polished marble or dense fog given a shape. And it had no face, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, just a smooth, blank oval where a face should be. It wasn't looking at me, not exactly, since it had no eyes, but I knew, with a certainty that chilled the warmth right out of me, that it was aware of me. It was just watching. The peace shattered. The feeling of comfort vanished, replaced by a primal, icy fear. It was the kind of fear you feel when you're a kid and you wake up in the middle of the night convinced there's something in the corner of your room. It was a deep, gut-level wrongness. This thing didn't belong in Frank's peaceful place, or maybe it did, and that was even worse. I looked back at Frank, desperate for some kind of explanation, but he was just looking out over the river, his expression serene, as if the faceless watcher was just another part of the scenery, a tree or a rock. He didn't seem afraid at all. That's when I woke up. I jerked upright in bed, my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to escape. My t-shirt was stuck to my back with cold sweat. The room was dark, the familiar shapes of my dresser and the chair in the corner just barely visible. For a long time I just sat there, breathing hard, trying to shake the feeling of that place, the perfect peace, and then the sudden, silent terror of that white figure. It felt more like a memory than a dream. The details were too sharp, too consistent. The feel of the grass under my bare feet, the absolute silence of the river, the way the light made everything look both real and unreal. I got up and went to the kitchen, my hands shaking so bad I could barely pour a glass of water. I didn't go back to sleep that night. I just sat at the kitchen table until the sun came up, watching the room slowly get lighter, grateful for the long, distorted shadows that the morning sun cast across the floor. Shadows meant I was back in the real world. The dream stuck with me all day. I was distracted at work, jumping at every little sound. I couldn't get the image of that place out of my head. It felt important, not like a symbol or a metaphor, but like a real place I had actually visited. And Frank, he had seemed so real. It was him, not some dream version my brain cooked up. It was Frank. That evening, after a day of feeling completely spaced out, I went to a little coffee shop downtown to try and clear my head. I was sitting in a corner, just staring into my latte, when I overheard a conversation at the next table. A guy, probably in his late 30s, was talking to a friend. He was leaning forward, his voice low and intense. And the doctors said I was out for almost 3 days, he was saying. A coma. I had a bad reaction to some medication after a routine surgery. They told my family it was touch and go. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but his tone pulled me in. He sounded like I felt shaken, trying to make sense of something that made no sense. But man, the whole time I wasn't just out, he continued. I was somewhere. It's so hard to describe. My skin started to prickle. I took a slow sip of my coffee, trying to look casual, but every part of me was listening. It was this place, he said, struggling for the words. The light was weird. It was like the whole sky was a light bulb, you know? No sun, but everything was lit up. And it was so quiet, eerily quiet. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. There was a river, the man said, and my breath caught in my throat. A wide, slow-moving river. The water was crystal clear. You could see every stone on the bottom, and it didn't make a sound. Not a single sound. My hands were gripping my coffee cup so hard, I was surprised it didn't crack. This was impossible. He was describing my dream. He was describing it exactly. And on the other side, he went on, his voice dropping even lower, were these trees. Tall, white trees, no leaves, just these bare, bony branches against that glowing sky. I couldn't stay silent. I know it was rude, but I had to know. I turned in my chair and looked at him. He had kind eyes, but they were shadowed with the memory. I'm sorry, I said, my voice coming out as a croak. I couldn't help but overhear. This place you're describing, was there anyone else there? He looked at me, a little startled, but not upset. He just nodded slowly, a grave look on his face. Yeah, he said, there was. I was on the near bank, just standing there, and way down the river, standing between two of those trees, was this figure. It was tall and white, like it was made of chalk or something. And it had no face, no features at all. It was just watching me. A full-body chill ran through me, so violent I actually shivered. It was the same. The leafless trees, the silent, clear river, the shadowless light, the white, faceless figure. He had seen it too. He hadn't dreamed it. He'd been there during a coma, a near-death experience. We talked for a little while after that. His name was David. He was an accountant, a normal guy. He wasn't making it up. The fear in his eyes was the same fear I'd felt when I saw that thing. He said the whole time he was there, he felt a pull to go into the river, that it felt like the right thing to do, like going home. But the presence of the Watcher held him back, filled him with a deep instinctual dread. I didn't tell him about my dream. I just listened, my mind reeling. When I left the coffee shop, the world outside looked different. The colors seemed too bright, the sounds too loud. The ordinary felt fragile. I've turned it over in my head 1,000 times since that day. Frank showed me his afterlife home. He was at peace there. He called it his place. But David, a complete stranger who'd brushed against death, saw the exact same landscape, and in his version, it was a place you go when you're dying, with a silent, judging Watcher standing guard. So what is the river? Is it a threshold? A border between here and there? Is it what you cross when you die for good? Frank was already on the other side. He was home. David and I were on the near bank, the living side, just visitors. The Watcher saw us both. It knew we didn't belong there yet. The thought that haunts me, the one that keeps me up some nights. isn't about Frank's peaceful eternity. It's about that river. The pull I felt to step into it was so strong, so seductive. It felt like love and safety and the end of all worry. But after talking to David, I can't help but wonder if that feeling is a trick. Is the peace the real thing, and the watcher is just a guardian? Or is the peace the lure, and the faceless thing on the bank is the only one telling the truth, its silent presence a warning to stay the hell away from the water? I don't dream about it anymore. I just remember it. I remember it with a clarity that no normal dream has ever had. I remember the texture of the air, the weight of the silence, the exact shade of white of that figure standing between the trees. I saw where my uncle lives, and a stranger who almost died confirmed it was real. But we can't both be right about what it means. One of us has to be wrong about the river, and I have no way of ever knowing which one of us it is.